2026 to order. I recognise there's a quorum because everybody's here. All right. Okay, councillors, we'll start with a prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. National Anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea, our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every state advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing advance Australia fair. Beneath our radiant southern cross, we'll toil with hearts and hands to make this commonwealth of ours renowned of all the lands. For those who've come across the seas with boundless plains to share, with courage let us all combine to advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing advance Australia fair.
Please be seated. Okay. Attendance and apologies nil. Leave of absent. I've got some notes here. I've got Councillor O'Neill seeking leave of absence for the 15th of June and Councillor Doran for the budget on the 15th of June. I move that it's approved. Seconder, anyone? Seconder, Councillor Tosa. All in favour, show hands. Against, motion carried. Anyone else? No, okay. Right, condolences. I'd go to Councillor Hamill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And Rye seeking that a motion of condolence be passed and a message of sympathy be forwarded to the Tiley family on the passing of Ray Tiley, Mr Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, can I acknowledge first that Judy Tiley is in the gallery with us today with her granddaughter Lily. Mr Mayor, I'm going to read the obituary that was at Ray's funeral. It's just so well done and summarises him so well that I just want to read what was said on the day for Ray's family about Ray. Raymond Ray Tiley, affectionately known as Razor, will be remembered as a deeply respected member of his community, a devoted husband and father, and a tireless contributor to grassroots sport and community service. Ray passed away on May 4th, 2026 in Pimpama, aged 82. At the heart of Ray's life was his enduring partnership with his wife Judy. From meeting as teenagers, they shared more than 5 decades side by side, building a life grounded in hard work, resilience, which is something they definitely passed on to their children, Tracy Lee and Andrew. Ray built his family-run electrical business, Pimpama and District Electrical Services, in the 1980s until his retirement in 2014, where he trained his son Andrew and became a well-known member of his community. His hard work, strong ethics and community spirit became a defining feature of his personal and professional life that was passed on everyone. Mr Mayor, Ray was well known around the place that, especially if there was an older folk around the place that needed something done around the house, a light bulb fixed, an element out in the stove, Ray went and did that work, and he never charged them. He'd have a cup of tea with them. It was more about checking in on them than anything else. He was very generous like that, especially for the older people around my area. Ray was also a passionate and accomplished sports person, a skilled spin bowler, a prolific wicket taker. He definitely added that part in. Coach of rugby union, cricket and soccer. Of note, he worked with the Australian Wallabies during the 1970s, contributing his expertise in player care, from strapping injuries and supporting athlete recovery. Ray devoted time to junior cricket long after his son graduated to senior playing ranks, serving as president of the Beenleigh Junior Cricket Club and then the Alberton Cricket Club, where he was presented with life membership. His involvement in sport was wide-ranging. His knowledge and practical skills made a meaningful impact across multiple sporting codes and generations of athletes. Through his time with the Queensland Wanderers cricket team, playing locally and annual interstate series, Ray contributed to regional communities. He would travel ahead of the games. He wasn't just there to play cricket. He liked to go out and coach in remote communities. And the trips for him were more about connection and community building as they were about sport. They reflected his generosity and his love of giving back to community. Mr Mayor, Ray also served his community for 25 years as a volunteer rural firefighter in Pimpama and Ormo. His service was characterised by his dedication and willingness to act and serve his community when needed. His long-standing contribution exemplified his sense of responsibility and care for others. Ray was awarded both the National and State Service Medals. I have many memories at the cricket, Mr Mayor, of Ray'd be out in the field, and it was my job to have his two-way radio in case he got a call from the station to go to a fire somewhere. To his children, he was both a guiding influence and a source of unwavering support. He took pride in his son Andrew's sporting achievements and career alongside him, and shared a very special bond with his daughter Tracy Lee, who he affectionately regarded as his princess. To his grandchildren, Lily, Max and Gabby, he was a great source of love, pride and joy, engaging with them in the same energy, humour and storytelling that he was so well known for around the place. As a coach, mentor, tradesman, a volunteer, a husband and father, and especially as a grandfather, Ray Tiley's legacy lives on through the meaningful and enduring contribution to his community. He will be remembered not only for what he achieved, but for the standards he upheld, the time he gave and the people he inspired. Mr Mayor, the Hamill and Tiley family have known each other for over 60 years. Cricket and the Alberton Cricket Club playing a massive role in that connection. My father, but especially my older uncles, played a tremendous amount of cricket with Ray Tiley. Ray was one of my first junior cricket coaches. His wife Judy, always in the canteen volunteering her time. Judy has literally had a watchful eye over me and my siblings since we were in nappies coming up to watch cricket on Saturdays. Ray Tiley will be remembered as a genuine, honest, hard-working and kind man, loved dearly by his family and greatly appreciated by his community. Mr Mayor, that is not a bad way to be remembered at all. Rest in peace, Razor.
Councillor Gates?
Mr Mayor, would you mind if I say a few words?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm one of those older folk that Councillor Hamill mentioned that Ray Tiley helped. In fact, when I moved to Pimpama, when I was first elected, Ray did all the electrical work on my home there. And he was always such a wonderful friend and gentleman. My last memory of seeing Ray was after I was no longer the representative for Division 1. He called me up because he had some difficulty disposing of some building rubble that was left after the Pimpama Ormo Rural Brigade had undertaken some building works. He said, "I can't get rid of it, can you help me?" So I drove out, I put it all in my boot and I took it to a different tip and managed to get through the doors and dispose of the rubbish on his behalf. He was such a gentleman. I think for me, seeing Judy and Lily here this morning was a treat. And to have Judy say to me that Ray would have done anything for me will be something I'll always cherish. So rest in peace, Ray Tiley.
All right. Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. Added, Councillor Doran, Young, Patterson. You want to be added? Councillor Gates and Councillor Taylor. I've got no other condolences, councillor, so I'll move on. Right. Mayoral minute. Councillors, I move that Council approve an amendment to the Register of Membership and Responsibility of Standing Committees to reflect the revised allocation of quarterly budget review responsible to the Special Budget Committee. 2, that Council endorse a schedule of quarterly Special Budget Committee meetings for the 2026-27 financial year as outlined in this mayoral minute attached, and that Council amend the date for the 2026-27 budget adoption meeting to be on the 9th of Monday the 15th, 9 a.m. 2026. Council is pretty straightforward since we discussed about these items proposal in our special budget committee meeting yesterday. Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a question of procedure in that the special budget committee of yesterday isn't captured in today's agenda, and yet it has resolutions that effectively supersede the special budget committee matters that we are adopting in today's agenda. So my question is, at what time will the special budget committee meeting of yesterday be effectively have council adopt those recommendations in order to supersede the previous ones that we will address today?
Mr. Seah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that'll happen at budget adoption as per the normal process.
It's in the agenda.
It's in the agenda.
It is being dealt with today.
Yeah,
oh, sorry, it wasn't on. It's not on the index. Oh, it's
no, it's 11.1, 11.2.
Sorry, I was looking at it at the bottom. They're normally in calendar order. So, Mr. Mayor.
So we'll do that then.
Great.
But I think the mayoral minute can stand.
No, absolutely. I just wanted to make sure we didn't.
Okay. Councillor, I'll put the motion to you. All in favour, show hands. Against, motion carried. Unanimous. Confirmation of minutes. Someone like to move for acceptance? Move, Councillor Gates. Seconder, anyone? Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show hands. Against, motion carried. Any items needs corrections, councillors? Move for adoption, Councillor Gates. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show hands. Against, motion carried. Mayor's report. Councillor, on the Tuesday the 5th of May, Mortal Kombat 2 officially launched, and I was in attendance. Blockbuster movie, estimated $68 million into our local economy, and it just keeps coming. Wonderful. MOU signed with Skyports Infrastructure, and on behalf of the city, they're investigating further now, and they're signing MOU with the airport and the like. So we talked about Sky Taxi, and hopefully we can have that done by 2032. But they're very bullish about that, so see how we go. INTERIM headquarters announced at Gold Coast Health and Knowledge Precinct. The Taiwanese companies focus on addressing major global health challenges through gene therapy using siRNA technology. And primarily what it's about is that individual person, let's say you've got a particular cancer, or your skin are aging, let's say, too quickly in some certain parts, they can get down to the genome and turn those aging genes off in your body and at the chromosomal level. So this is as a result from 2 visits into to Taipei, and I was convinced them that really the research here is great. You can, with the Institute and the Health and Knowledge Precinct, and they're relocating. I did say to them that any aging cell that they've worked out, I'd like to volunteer and ask him to turn them all off, so that we don't have to age so quickly. So they just looked at me and go, well, that's what we do. Yeah, it doesn't age. Then I went to Migration Institute of Australia annual regional migration conference at the Langrum. During the panel, Beyond the Games, workforce demands and migration policy was discussed. Then the long roll for Brisbane 2032 event. I joined Councillor Patterson at the Southport Bowls Club. We're in the same team, and I have to say she was the star of our team. And it was wonderful to that. So they're visiting right across Queensland, 32 different clubs to see if we can get the long rolls into the Olympics. ARC, expression of interest, is in February 2026. EOI process was launched to identify a partnership, and now it's closed. So got quite a lot of strong response. I'll leave it at that. The defibrillator rollout for the Gold Coast, we're spending another $90,000 so that other community buildings will have the defibrillator, and so I encourage other organisations to get in touch with us if they need help regarding defibrillators. Blues on Broadbeach. There's quite a few of us that turn up for the launch. I think Councillor Gates and Councillor Wilkinson was there. Anyone else there? Yeah, Councillor Martin and Taylor, and it was at the Langrum, and 25 years of anniversary there. It was a pleasure, and I acknowledge Ms. Jan McCormack, former CEO of the Broadbeach Alliance there, and I gave a big nod to Mark Duckworth and his team for doing a fabulous job regarding Blues on Broadbeach. The 7th Annual Transport Forum was on the 15th of May. Honourable Brett Mickelberg, the Minister for Transport and Main Road, was there as well, so he and I were the key speakers. And President Laura Younger was wonderful in her speech. She gave it to the Minister regarding why Light Rail Stage 4 is not happening. And she just kept going. And it was wonderful that she sat next to him as well, because she kept going there too. Next one is the 2026 Cooley Classic Ocean Swim Festival. It was supported by Michael Klim. Everyone knows Michael, and he actually there's different categories. They got the elites, etc., and then you got the last one for fun. You can do 1 kilometre if you want to, and Michael swam in that one. They're trying to rope me in to try to get in there, but with no training, I think I'd sink. The Hockey Australia, Monday 18th of May, Councillor Wilkinson joined me in attendance to announce the Gold Coast Hockey Centre has confirmed the 2026 One Active Hockey League finals, and also welcome 2 blocks of FIH Pro League. It's a build-up towards World Championship there in our new or in our refurbished hockey centre. And as you all know, we got hockey for the Olympics there. 2026 Disaster Recovery Forum, and made a welcome speech, and for theme was Prepare, Response, Rebuild Stronger. And so that was done. Then on the 19th of May, Australia Marine Industry Award Gala Night, and it was a wonderful night. You can see the industry has grown so much that it's an output of economic generator of $2 billion now. Hedges Avenue safety upgrades. So we got into the action there, and so it goes to show that we're absolutely doing what we can to widen the footpath, but we can only do one side of the road because the other side has electric poles there. I note that the member for Mermaid said that the mayor should write to Energex and ask him to remove the pole. And I was basically, I didn't do my job because I didn't write to him. But the record shows that I've written to him 3 times since 2015, and I had the record here. So, and in even 2014, and it's under Campbell Newman government. So all he has to do is look up the records, and now I think he needs to move those poles, advocate for it, so that we can finish it off and make Hedges Avenue safe again. NAPP land purchase. There's a immediate call there. We acquired more land, and since 2021 we've spent $20 million investing in secure, carefully selected environment significant land parcels. And this purchase coincided with International Day for Biological Diversity, which highlights global efforts to halt biodiversity loss. Then the next day, Monday 25th of May, Marinas 2026 International Conference and Trade Exhibition. It's really, it's a whole gambit of marine industry stuff. We had the award, then we had the boat show, then that day we had the marinas. So all the marinas from all over Australia ascend on the Gold Coast. EOI launch of the Miami Art Depot. So did that with Invest Gold Coast Chair Will Hodgman. So we'll see on the what happens with when we test the market. Toddler time with Ash Barty. Everyone knows Ash being the tennis champion, and it's wonderful. She came down and launched the at the Helensvale Library. I was joined by Councillor Naomi Fowler, and the kids really enjoyed themselves. It's Queensland Government First 5 Forever program, and I read one of Ash Barty's books, so I'm an avid reader now. 2026 Mayor Student Ambassador Leadership Conversation. I do this once a year. Basically, Mayor's Students Ambassador, they got opportunity to ask me any question they like. And it's enjoyable because it comes from left field, some of the questions. And they know that I was an international student myself, so it's wonderful. We had about 20 students from 14 countries, and some Australian students as well. Gold Coast Business Awards, we did it right here on the 29th of May, on Friday, last Friday. And it's the first one for the Gold Coast Business Excellence Award. And I know Councillor Gates was going to be there, but she wasn't that well. I had presenting the Mayor's Innovation Award to local business Next Level Racing, and they have their racing and flight simulators, and they're actually contracted to Ferrari. It's the best you can get. Then the Australian Friendship Day and Philippine Independence Day Gala in 2026 at Broadwater Parklands. I was joined by Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Brooke Patterson and Councillor Joe Wilkinson, all of whom spoke wonderfully, and they even got the mayoress to get up and speak, which is wonderful. I like to see her do public speaking, and very colourful. It's the strength of our city is the diversity, and that we're stronger when we're all together, and it's a wonderful event. So, Councillor, I move that the Mayor's report be noted and welcome. Second to Councillor Hamill. All in favour show of hands. Against, motion carried. Need now go to clarification. I go to Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I rise under Section 13 of Subordinate Local Law 1.1 to clarify matters relating to public comments made by Councillor Brooke Patterson and to ensure the accuracy of the public record, specifically with regard to a matter discussed and recommended within the Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee, which I chair. Before I begin, I want to thank the Office of the Mayor for assisting me with the preparation of this statement. On the 21st of May, and since that time, a number of statements have been made publicly regarding the Nerang Library site and the Hinterland Gateway Community Hub project. These statements have the potential to mislead the community as to both the role of council and the actions of the city's administration. I wish to place the following facts on record. First, no public land has been sold by council officers. At no time has the administration entered into any contract for the sale of the Nerang Library site, nor could it do so without a formal resolution of council. Second, it is correct that council has not resolved to sell the existing Nerang Library. However, it is important to provide the full context. The potential future sale of the site has been discussed as part of the broader funding considerations for the Hinterland Gateway Community Hub, which includes the delivery of a new library facility. Third, on 17th of July 2025, the Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee considered this matter, including the integration of a new library within the hub. That discussion necessarily contemplated the future of the existing library site. Fourth, Council's resolution of the 29th of July 2025 supported that direction and included seeking further information regarding the Nerang Library, including market testing to understand the potential value of the site. Fifth, market testing is not a sale process. It is a standard and appropriate mechanism used by the City Administration and indeed other agencies to inform Council's decision-making and to test the accuracy of any market valuation undertaken. All parties who made inquiries were clearly advised that any potential sale would require a formal decision of Council. Sixth, the potential use of sale proceeds to offset the cost of the Hinterland Gateway Community Hub has also been publicly documented, including within the Special Budget Committee agenda of the 14th of May 2026. Finally, I note that the inclusion of a new library within the hub has been discussed publicly. This necessarily implies that the long-term future of the existing facility would be subject to Council consideration. Mr Mayor, it's therefore important to state clearly: 1, council officers have acted appropriately and within their delegated authority. Number 2, no asset has been sold, nor could it be without council approval. And 3, no councillor holds any individual authority to direct or prevent such a process outside of a formal council decision. This clarification is made to ensure the community is not misled, to protect the integrity of council processes, and to clarify that no city officers at any time have acted outside their delegated authority during this process. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, may I respond?
I think we've got a clarification there. You can clarify at the next meeting.
Or I can do so publicly later. Okay, thank you. My comments were about governance and
business arising
they
from the
stand.
minutes. Number 8. Neil. Presentation. Neil. Conflict of interest declaration, the global one, is nil. Reception and consideration of committee. Councillors, I move 11.1. I move that the committee, that the minutes of the 868 Special Budget Committee meeting held on Thursday, 7th of May 2026, covered by recommendation 1 to 11, be received. Second to Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Motion carried. As there's no correction, I move that all the remaining recommendation be adopted. Second to Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Motion carried. Unanimous. Councillor, 11.2, I move that the minutes of the 868 Special Budget Committee meeting held on Thursday, 14th of May. Is that 868 correct? Yeah, they were 868. Okay, good. Thursday, 14th of May, covered by recommendation 1 to 15 be received. Second to Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Okay. And Councillor, I move all remaining recommendation be adopted. Councillor Gates, seconder. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. (11.3) I move that the minutes of the 868 Special Budget Committee meeting held on Monday, the 1st of June, 2026, covered by recommendation 1 to 4 be received. Second to Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Well, councillors, I move that all remaining recommendation be adopted. Second to Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. We now go to Planning and Regulation Committee, 11.4. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move the minutes of the 868th Planning and Regulation Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 19th of May 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 11 be received.
Second to Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillors, I want to go to 6.2 first. It's the local law framework. I prepared some notes and some questions, but does someone want to move
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move the committee recommendation if you like.
Okay, move the committee recommendation.
Mr Mayor, I actually have a change recommendation.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll get a seconder first and then we'll go to the change. Any seconder? Councillor Martin. And so on the screen, I think we'll let Councillor Tozer speak and I'll come to you. Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, the review of our local law framework was considered by the committee this past cycle, and there was one addition made to that. In the review, officers suggested that local law number 1.1, which relates to meetings such as this one and committee meetings and things like petitions, be not included, and committee members or those people who were present in chambers that day discussed that matter and determined that for the coming council it would be good to have a refresh of local law 1.1 relating to meetings and understanding the cycle process. So the changing of a local law necessarily takes some time to go to community consultation and also go to consultation with councillors. For us to include local law 1.1 in that review, the next term would effectively be able to take advantage of those changes that we'd recommended. There's no, these processes of changing local laws take some time, but in discussing the matter at Planning Committee, we thought it was inappropriate that the local law 1.1 hadn't changed since 2012, and we thought that some of the changes that were talked about kind of loosely, were worth considering for the coming term of council. That was the only change that discussed. Everything else is relatively self-explanatory in the report, but the change that we made at committee effectively introduces some suggested changes, and that process will be subject to further councillor consultation and including consultation with your office, so the next term of council can take advantage of some changes that we think might be necessary, having there not been any changes since 2012. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I'd suggest that what I forgot to propose is probably an amendment because the intent is exactly the same. So there are some words with the Chamber Secretary that I'll allow to get introduced. Mr Mayor, for very quick context, so what was discussed at committee is exactly as Councillor Tozer said, and what was put forward by the EGM and officers is that it would necessitate a change to the time frame for the overall local law review program, and that Alicia gave an undertaking to come out with information of what that updated program would look like, which has been supplied to councillors. So the amendment just reflects the updated time frame that has been provided for the overall local law review process and the timings of certain things to come through committees. So would seek it to be an amendment to the recommendation.
Okay. Just on that, would that include additional resource required in that part as well, or we just?
Mr. Mayor, I probably can't answer that one. I'm guessing Jim's probably in a better position than me to answer that if there's additional resources needed.
I don't need to know the answer now. What I'm getting at is, if this is to go through, if you can address the additional resources, that because you're going to go external for legals and for local law 1 and subordinance 1.1, I would have thought we'd better get some understanding of any, if there's any extra resources. Yeah.
Through the Chair, Mr. Mayor, there are some legal resources already allocated to the Local Law Framework Review. There will be a little bit of supplementation if you bring in Local Laws 1 and Subordinate 1.1, but not to reinvent the wheel as such, just to supplement the work that's already been done.
All right. Second, Councillor Peter Young, is it? Okay. All right.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Tozer.
So I felt a little bit, I'm quite open to hearing this amendment, but I just wanted to ask a question through you to Councillor Hamill. Could you just, again, summarise for us the chief changes that are in your amendment versus what I think might be self-evident in the original motion?
Mr. Mayor, the intent of both motions is exactly the same, that there's a full review of all local laws and the addition of Local Law 1 and Subordinate Law 1.1. It just reflects the fact that committee, while there was a majority support to look at Local Law 1, there was more information that the EGM was to provide around what additional time frame that would add to the project and the timings of certain pieces. That information was provided to councillors in an update, just outlining that. So this resolution just reflects the updated time frame, so that everyone is of the understanding that Local Law 1 and Subordinate Local Law 1 are now added into the review. However, it will cause a slight delay to the overall project being fully completed to early into the new term, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel clearer about it now. I have no objection to the amendment.
All right. Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, just a question through you. I mean, I'm comfortable with those changes being worked into the original motion, whether that needs a whole amendment, but it sounds like it is the same.
The amendment is afoot.
Okay.
All right. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. Just in relation to the attachment 1, is it Councillor Hamill's position that you'll attach the email, or will it be a separate document that will be exactly written as the email? Just because it's not on grey paper, so I'm wondering why we can't list some of that out.
There's definitely nothing secret about it, Mr. Mayor. It can be provided to all councillors, and I'm happy to literally table this copy so it can go into the minutes as well, if that makes it easy. But it's already been circulated to all councillors by the EGM. Yeah. Yeah.
So can you tell me that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's already been provided with the change recommendation, Appendix A.
Oh, okay. It's in there.
Yeah, it is in there, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Anyone speak against the amended motion? No? Okay. Would you like to close, Councillor Hamill? Yeah. You want to close?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, look, I have no objection to this, and frankly, I think councillors should support it today. It acknowledges the work of officers to support council or committee members who are engaged at committee, and other councillors who are engaged at committee, and frankly, it should be supported today. Thanks, Councillor Hamill.
All right. Well, we'll put the amended motion to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Motion carried, unanimous. The amended motion now becomes the motion same mover, same seconder. And the mover, would you like to speak on this one? No. Anyone speak against? I deem the debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. I just hope the incoming council will appreciate the new Local Law 1 and Substance 1.1. Okay, Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, 6.6, if we could, please.
6.6.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Taylor,
Thank
you got a declaration?
Yeah, I haven't got a declaration, but I just want to air it. I did air it once before. My cousin is, I believe, part of one of the associations that's put in a lot of applications of objections to the process, and I highlighted it last time, but I've just want to bring it to the attention of everyone if they've got any concerns that had been fleshed out previously.
Yeah, fine. Right, Councillor Hamill, what do you want to do?
Mr. Mayor, would like to move the committee recommendation and have a few questions for Mr. Moran, if I could.
The seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. Fire away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just for context for councillors, these questions have come about based on further correspondence from community members seeking clarification on a few points. So I thought I'd take advantage of Mr. Moran being on the front table today to put a few questions forward so that some responses are on public record. He looks enthralled about it, Mr. Mayor. He loves it. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mick. Mick, there's been a lot of questions asked about the preliminary approval process. So I was hoping in layperson's terms as best as possible that you could explain why preliminary approvals exist in Queensland's planning framework and how they are assessed.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. They are rare. We don't see preliminary approvals and variation requests too often here, but they are I'll say they're a function of the Planning Act, so they're not something that this council has on its own. Anyone in Queensland can lodge a prelim and a variation approval, sort of anywhere in the state. So a prelim approval differs from a permit in that it doesn't actually authorise development to happen. So think of it as a conceptual approval. And under the Act, the variation request goes hand in glove with the prelim approval. So the best way that I can kind of describe it in layperson's terms is that when an application for a prelim approval and variation request is made, it's then up to the council to first decide whether they're okay with the preliminary approval as a concept. And if they're okay with that preliminary approval as a concept, then turn your mind to the variation approval, which is the mechanism to facilitate that preliminary approval if the council's happy with it. So that's how they work. They're often used for larger sites. For smaller one-off sites, there's really no value in doing it because you can just go and get a development permit. But for larger sites that might be staged over a number of years, that's when they seem to be used in Queensland.
Councillor Gates?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question through you to Mr. Moran. Is that true that once a preliminary approval is supported, any subsequent applications for the site become code accessible which don't allow or invite community submissions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, Councillor Gates, that is the effect of this. They are, in this particular instance, if the council was to approve the prelim and the variation, any further developments that are consistent with that preliminary approval would be code accessible. But if a further application came in that was, say, above the height of what was approved in the preliminary approval, that would be impact accessible.
Thank you.
Councillor Hamill?
Mr. Mayor, my next question on behalf of community members was just in regards to the district centre versus neighbourhood centre and some of the information that's in the officer report, some of the discussion at committee. So I was hoping Mick could just explain what the site currently zoned is under the city plan, what officers were talking about when suggesting that while it's neighbourhood centre zoned, it acts more day to day as a district centre, and just how that influenced the assessment and the work done by assessing officers.
Through Mr. Mayor, so for this application, when officers assessed it, they, like they do with any application, have regard to the site and the context. And in this particular scenario, the land that the application over is on the neighbourhood centre land, but in officers' view it is functioning, the whole precinct is functioning sort of beyond a neighbourhood centre in our opinion, and that's because the size of all the land included in this neighbourhood centre zoning is quite substantial compared to other neighbourhood zones. So by way of comparison, the size of all of this neighbourhood centre land is pretty similar to Ashmore City, which is a district centre. The fact that this neighbourhood centre is surrounded by 3 schools, a major hospital, large open space precincts, the southern side of Ashmore Road is all being commercialised and has been over many years. So in our view, the site is functioning beyond a neighbourhood centre at the moment.
May I ask a follow-up to that? Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to Mr Moran. We have recently been considering our local growth management strategy to inform our new city plan. And the recommendation from officers in terms of looking at what should be the treatment of that site under the new city plan is for it to be treated as a neighbourhood centre. Could you please respond to my concerns that future work, which isn't to be treated here, but is considered for what officers see as the intent, has been communicated to us as, yes, we do consider it as a neighbourhood centre, yet on this one you've said, no, it's not a we think it's actually more than a neighbourhood centre.
Through you, Mr Mayor, what I just said before is how this application has been assessed. We're not saying that this application will change this centre from a neighbourhood centre to something else, but for all those reasons we think it is functioning beyond a neighbourhood centre. Apologies, I'm going to have to take the LGMS question on notice. I didn't actually think that the LGMS designated any particular site as any particular centre status at this point in time. Apologies.
Councillor Hamill?
Mr Mayor, one of the main things raised by submitters and something that I've had correspondence in committee on is concerns around shadow impacts and privacy impacts. I was hoping Mr Moran could provide a little bit more detail about the assessment of shadowing and privacy concerns by officers and what the findings of that assessment was.
Through you, Mr Mayor, so page 177 of the agenda report has the shadow diagrams in it. So officers, like they do with any development application, look at those shadow diagrams, look at where those shadows are falling through all periods of the year. In this instance, the winter equinox shadows, that's the time of year when the building shadows are at their longest. I guess the tips of those shadows were starting to hit some of the residential properties on the southern side of Ashmore Road. But officers were of the view that although those shadows were touching those properties, when they are right at the tip of a long shadow, they are fast moving, so those properties would continue to get sunlight for decent periods throughout the day. So the separation distance, the shadow diagrams led us to sort of the conclusion that the shadow impacts were okay.
Mr Mayor, not discussed at committee in great length, but again, questions that have been put to me since by community members was questions around infrastructure network capacity. So could Mick provide some more detail of what assessment of infrastructure like water, sewer and stormwater was undertaken and what the findings of that was?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm probably getting to the limit now of my ability here, but the way that the infrastructure assessment works is behind our LGIP, there are infrastructure demand models, and those models look at the future demand for infrastructure across all the networks and allocate, if you like, infrastructure to particular properties. So what our team does when these types of applications come in, they review the proposals demand on the infrastructure, look at the infrastructure demand models which go right out to sort of 2060, 2070. if there's enough capacity within the system right out to those dates, that's usually a tick. If the capacity is questionable, we'll go back to the developer and ask them to do a capacity assessment, and the officers can compare what the demand is for the proposal compared to those long-term demands. In this instance, the capacity was pretty good, but in our conditions of approval, we do have some recommendations for upgrades to the emergency sewerage capacity.
Councillor Hamill.
Again, Mr. Mayor, another question that's been common in the correspondence coming through to me from submitters and community members was concerns around the conflict with the building height overlay map, and height of the building was definitely something discussed at committee at length. So, Mr. Mayor, I was just hoping that Mick could explain the officer assessment that the conflict with the building height overlay map, but what other parts of the city plan were assessed for this application, and how officers came to a position of seeking approval and support for this recommendation today.
Through Mr. Mayor, the proposed building height doesn't comply with the building height overlay map. We've been clear about that in the report and during committee. That was one aspect of the proposal that obviously we weighed up. So for the building height, didn't comply with the building height overlay map. Through the assessment, we came to the view again that the actual direct hard impacts of that building height are limited, and importantly, we don't believe there's any sort of direct amenity impacts of that height on residential properties or sensitive land uses because of those separation distances. Considering the whole proposal, building height is one part of it. The other part of this one is obviously the 400 dwellings. There is also the major change that this proposal brings that our city plan doesn't currently have, is the ability to put a full-line supermarket into Benoa Gardens. At the moment, it's not a full line. I think it's about 1,800 square metres, the Coles in there, which doesn't have all the goods and services. So through the assessment, there was a demonstrated need for that full-line supermarket, which would service the surrounding community. And the other part of it is the dwelling. So there is some extra height here, but that does bring 400 odd new dwellings in an area that, in my opinion, actually complies with the broader intent of our city plan to have growth around centres. In this instance, we've also got a centre that's close to 3 schools, close to a major employer in the hospital, close to other employment areas. So future residents who choose to live here might have the benefit of being able to get to work, get their kids to school, or do their groceries without hopping in a car, which I think is a pretty good reason to approve this one.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, that was the end of my questions, and for sake of other questions, I'm happy to open debate.
Any other questions? You're going to open debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I do appreciate the indulgence of yourself and councillors to get those questions and responses on the public record, Mr. Moran. Mr. Mayor, councillors, before us today is a very interesting application, one that I appreciate has generated significant interest from both councillors and the community. Given the size of the proposal and its location, that interest is fully understandable and welcomed. Mr. Mayor, can I firstly acknowledge and thank all those community members who have made submissions on this application and who have continued to contact myself and other councillors seeking more information during assessment and since committee. Regardless of where people stand on this proposal, I appreciate the time they've taken to engage in the process. Mr. Mayor, one of the main concerns raised with me by several members of the public and raised in several submissions is the legality of preliminary approvals and the variation request that's been used on this site. So I'd like to address first those concerns about that legality of the use of a preliminary approval and variation request on the site. This is a preliminary approval application made under Section 61 of the Planning Act 2016. Preliminary approvals and variation requests exist for a reason. They recognise that planning schemes are not perfect, that cities evolve and that market conditions can change more quickly than planning schemes can be updated. They provide a lawful pathway for applicants to put forward an alternative planning outcome where there is evidence to support it. Importantly, a preliminary application does not lock in final designs or final detail. There will be future applications required on this site to be assessed against this planning framework for all those specific future details. Mr Mayor, whether you personally like this mechanism, its use on this site, or the timing and context of the new planning scheme, that's ultimately irrelevant here today. It is a legal pathway available under the state planning legislation to all property owners in Queensland, and is the pathway the applicant has chosen to lodge with the city. It must be assessed by officers, and it must come to a conclusion, which was the resolution here today. Mr Mayor, another key issue raised by submitters and explored at committee in great depth was the site's current neighbourhood centre zoning and concerns about potential impacts on surrounding centre zone land. A key finding throughout the assessment is that while the site is identified as a neighbourhood centre under the 2016 planning scheme, in its current form, scale and function, it more closely resembles that of a district centre. To support the position that this proposal would not undermine other centre zone land, city officers commissioned an independent economic need assessment. That assessment found that the proposal would have no detrimental impact on any other centre zone land within the analysed trading catchment. In fact, it went further, concluding that the subject site is the most logical location to meet this demand, and that no other centre or appropriately zoned site within the surrounding network is capable of meeting this demand. Based on the information provided by the applicant, the officer assessment and the independent economic needs assessment, I am comfortable supporting the additional commercial floor space proposed in the site. Much of the debate has centred around the introduction of residential uses on the site and the associated height of the proposed towers. Many in the community, and indeed many in this chamber, have understandably focused on the proposed height, which at its tallest point is 59 metres. Height is an important consideration. However, I believe the more important question is not simply how tall the building is, but what impact the height creates and whether those impacts can be appropriately managed and mitigated. When assessing an application such as this, we need to focus on measurable planning impacts. Does it create unacceptable traffic impacts? Does it create unacceptable shadowing? Does it create unacceptable privacy impacts? Does it overwhelm available infrastructure in the area? These are the questions that officers have been required to answer and are provided in the report to all councillors and out to the community. Mr Mayor, I can understand why members of the community have concerns. When people hear 59 metres and 413 dwellings, it is natural to immediately have concerns about congestion, traffic and neighbourhood character. I fully understand those concerns and why that's the first position for a lot of people. They are reasonable concerns and they deserve to be taken seriously, and I believe they've been taken very seriously through the officer assessment, report and recommendation. The question for us to consider today is whether through the officer report, the information provided by the applicant, the assessment officers and the independent information that's been provided, have we seen those impacts appropriately managed and mitigated to a point? Mr Mayor, traffic by far was the biggest issue raised during submissions, and I absolutely understand that concern. The traffic impact assessment demonstrates that sections of the surrounding road network already experience congestion during peak periods, particularly during school drop-off and pick-up time. Importantly, those issues are not being created by this development. They exist already today. It's already how the local road network functions. It's why in the Local Growth Infrastructure Plan, or LGIP, there is identified upgrades to the road network in this area to address those issues. This development would bring forward those upgrades, delivering real benefits to the existing community sooner than would otherwise occur. The upgrades include the improvement of key intersections at Ashmore Road, Benoa Road and Carrara Street, the replacement of the existing Benoa Road and Carrara Street roundabout with a signalised intersection to improve pedestrian safety, installation of a raised pedestrian crossing on Carrara Street to reduce vehicle speeds, additional pedestrian signals to improve safety for students and residents, wider footpaths along Ashmore Road, Benoa Road and Carrara Street, removal of service vehicles accessing Carrara Street and instead coming off Ashmore Road, and new bus stops on Benoa Road for public transport. Mr Mayor, these upgrades are not simply for future residents or visitors of this development. They are upgrades that will address existing congestion and safety concerns for local families, students and residents that they are experiencing today. In many respects, this development brings forward infrastructure improvements that the community would otherwise be waiting several years to see. Based on the traffic impact assessment, the additional modelling undertaken by city officers, the infrastructure upgrades conditioned as part of this development, I'm comfortable that the traffic impacts can be appropriately mitigated and do not provide grounds for refusal. There's also been significant discussion around car parking and the impacts around the area. Submitters have raised that the proposal may not provide sufficient car and bicycle parking to support the ultimate development outcome. Mr. Mayor, it's important to remember that this application seeks a preliminary approval and does not give a development permit. The variation request does not seek to vary the required number of car or bicycle parking spaces as per the Transport Code today, meaning that in the future, when the final mix of commercial and residential is known, they will be required to provide exactly a rate of car parking per square metre or per dwelling as they are under the Transport Code today. The variation does not look to change that at all. Mr. Mayor, as those final details on car parking are not there yet, they will be part of future applications. I don't believe car parking would form grounds for a refusal. Mr. Mayor, rightly, after traffic and car parking, the next concern raised by a majority of submitters has been around shadowing and privacy concerns. If I can quote directly from the officer report, officers consider the scale to result in a lack of impact as it does not create unreasonable shadowing or privacy impacts and is separated by a minimum 65 metres from the closest residential property. The assessment demonstrates that the surrounding properties will not experience unacceptable shadow impacts and that the design has appropriately considered solar access and residential amenity outcomes. Again, Mr. Mayor, based on that evidence in the officer report, I don't see how shadowing or privacy impacts would form grounds for a refusal. Mr. Mayor, of great concern to me and to all councillors is availability of infrastructure. What infrastructure is available in the area? An infrastructure capacity assessment was undertaken looking at the water infrastructure network, the sewer network and the stormwater network. All those networks have been identified as having supply and capacity available today to handle this development at the current proposed scale. Mr. Mayor, what's important for me about that is that this is not a site on the urban fringe requiring new infrastructure networks to support growth. It is located within an established part of the city where significant existing infrastructure already exists, where there is capacity to support this additional development. From a planning perspective, there is merit in directing growth towards locations where infrastructure, services and transport connections already exist, rather than continually extending infrastructure into new areas. This proposal is supported by that available infrastructure capacity. Mr. Mayor, another concern raised by several councillors has been the concern about precedent. This site does not exist in isolation. The broader corridor through this area of the city already contains a range of significant developments, approved projects and evolving land uses. While those developments do not determine the outcome of this application, they do provide important context regarding how this area is changing and evolving. Mr. Mayor, those examples, the existing Royal Pines Tower at 15 stories and other approved towers on that site at similar heights. The Vantage development on Ross Street at 15 stories. The Marina Residence at 7 stories. The Sunlight project at the Gold Coast Turf Club approved at 21 stories. The existing and approved developments within the Bundle Precinct up to 25 stories. The former Ashmore Steak and Seafood site currently under assessment right now, and directly across the road from that Ashmore Road, the old nursery site under construction delivering unit development. Again, none of these developments determine the outcome of this application. However, they do demonstrate that this part of the city is already experiencing significant change and investment. Importantly, this application should not be viewed as creating an automatic precedent for every neighbourhood centre site across the city, and I know that is a concern that several councillors have had. Mr. Mayor, that's simply not the case. Preliminary approvals are inherently, as Mick mentioned, site-specific. They require consideration of a site's size, location, surrounding context, infrastructure capacity, transport connections and overall planning merits. The fact that one site may support a particular outcome does not mean that another site will. Every application must stand on its own merits. This application should therefore be assessed on the specific circumstances and context that the site sits in, not on a fear that some outcome will automatically apply somewhere else. Mr. Mayor, when I consider the applicant's materials, the officer assessment and balance the impacts versus the benefits, I believe this application should be supported here today.
Speak against the motion, Councillor Lacastra.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr Mayor, look, this application has elicited a lot of response from the community, as Councillor Hamill has pointed out, and as we're all aware. There were over 550 objections. The vast majority of those were actually from Division 8, even though this application sits in Division 6. And a big chunk of that majority was from the Benoa Waters residents, and I'll come to them a little later as to why they're so concerned about this. I share many of the community concerns on this application. As I say, this is in Councillor Patterson's area, but it certainly does impact a lot of residents in Division 8. I know that Councillor Patterson invited members of the planning committee to actually head out at school drop-off time. I don't know whether anyone actually took up that invitation. Did anyone? Can I ask you through you, Mr. Mayor? Did anyone take up that invitation?
Yeah, Councillor Gates did. Councillor Hamill did.
Okay.
I was busy.
Yeah, that's okay. Probably stuck in traffic on Ashmore Road and couldn't get there, Mr. Mayor. But this is the thing. The traffic studies were actually done not during school drop-off time or school pick-up time, and there is a considerable escalation of congestion around those times. I know all schools have that issue around schools. It's an issue, but because you've got 3 schools in the area, and you've basically only got that one road in and out with Ashmore Road. Certainly, there's only one access point for Benoa Waters residents. So for them, they can't avoid it. They have to go onto Ashmore Road. There's nowhere else they can get out. They can't get in and out any other way. So it's a major issue. A proposed development of this scale, we're talking 840 bedrooms and a 4,000 square metre supermarket. It's not just the number of residents who are going to be on site contributing to that traffic, but upscaling the commercial side, and it's not just the supermarket, it's all the other commercial activity that it will bring with it, will undoubtedly have a major impact on not only on Ashmore Road, but on the surrounding network. So they've all got to spill out onto those north-souths, they've got to spill out onto Southport, Bermuda, Benoa Road, Ferry Road. They've got to go that way. They've got to spill out onto Ross Street, Currumborough Road, which are already extremely congested. And when Councillor Hamill speaks about the infrastructure being in place, yeah, that's great. There is a lot of existing infrastructure in place, so I get that argument. But what about the road infrastructure? We talk about the report mentions there's the upgrade to the turning lane, on Benoa Road. You've also the intersection of Benoa Road, Ashmore Road and Benoa Road, and you've also got the signalised intersection going in Benoa Road and Carrara Street. But that won't alleviate the traffic on those roads. Yeah, it's better for people queuing to get on there, but it's not going to take traffic off those roads. And when they spill out onto those north-souths, there is no road infrastructure that can be. We can't upgrade it unless we resume hundreds of properties on those north-south roads. There's nowhere else to go on Ashmore Road. There's nowhere else to go on Bundle Road, Ferry Road, along there, and there's nowhere else to go on Currumborough Road. So it is going to have a wider impact. There's no doubt about it. The other thing is, Benoa Gardens, we talk about a neighbourhood centre. Yeah, it is a neighbourhood centre. It's not a key regional centre and it's not a district centre. And a maximum height of 59 metres. And Councillor Hamill points to the Royal Pines. You can't bring the Royal Pines into the equation. The Royal Pines doesn't sit under our Planning Act. The Royal Pines is assessed and approved by under the Integrated Resorts Act, which is a state government act. So to point out these buildings, they weren't approved by us under our city plan. That's under a totally different planning act. So I don't think that should be factored into the equation. The 59 metres is quadruple the permitted height at the moment. We're talking 2 stories, 14 metres, which is what's permitted at the moment. So it is a massive change. Page 154 of the report says that claims that the proposal avoids amenity impacts on the surrounding area. That really depends on what the amenity impacts are. Certainly from a visual amenity, it has an amazing negative impact on the area. It's going to stick out like the proverbial dog's parts. You know, quite honestly, I mean, it's 59 stories. You're not going to be able to miss it. You've got 3 of these high-rise towers, and you've got 1 mid-block building there. So it's very bulky as well. So currently, Pindara Hospital is the tallest building. Yes, there's a lot of commercial activity around there, but that's the tallest building in the area as far as commercial goes, and that's 7 stories. Page 175 points to the existing approved development, as I say, at the Royal Pines, which, as I say, I've already mentioned, can't be factored in. And page 168 says the overall scale does not offend. Sorry, does not offend the existing scale and locality. But as I say, there's nothing remotely close in the area. It's totally out of character with the area. My main concerns are the traffic concerns. That, of course, then comes in that they're all dovetailed as far as height and the density goes, because obviously you're going higher, so you can get in more bedrooms, and in the end, there's more cars onto the street. This is a massive departure from what's in the area. This isn't just a small upscaling. As I say, we're talking about quadruple what's in the area. To me, it's too much. I don't think the traffic assessment is even remotely accurate. Obviously, it says our traffic officers have looked at that, and obviously the applicants have looked at that. I'd love to see an independent traffic review on that. Traffic impacts, but I cannot support this. It's, as I say, it's such a massive departure from what is in the area. It's totally out of character with the area, and I'm really hoping that councillors will understand that this is this is not something we should be supporting here today. So thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Casher has raised something about the traffic engineering that I believe is factually incorrect, and with your indulgence would bring out Nick Prasser to provide more response and context to clarify.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I was just hoping Mr. Prasser could clarify what traffic modelling and impact assessment was actually done. Councillor Casher mentioned that it wasn't done during peak times for school periods, and a little bit more context like that. I think Nick heard most of that. So, Mr. Prasser, could you provide more detail of what traffic modelling and impact assessment was done and how it was assessed by officers?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, I'll respond to that question. So the traffic analysis was done as per typically for any development, where the surveys were done over an all-day period, one on a Thursday, which is typically the busiest day on our road network, and one on a Saturday, and that was for the entire day. And we're finding on Benalla Road in particular, there are actually 4 peaks during the day. So there is an AM commuter peak, so people travelling to work. There's an AM school peak, people travelling to school. There's a PM school peak, people picking their kids up from school, and there's a PM commuter peak. So out of those 4 peaks, the largest peak is actually the PM peak through there for commuters. The school peaks in the mornings for about 20 minutes and 4 in the afternoons for about 10-15 minutes. So no doubt having 3 schools on Benowa Road is not typical. All our schools have traffic congestion problems, but this particular location has 3 schools that we very much know has traffic congestion issues. But this development is actually not really going to have any impact on the traffic in front of those schools. If you're living in this development, it's a 2-minute walk to Benowa State School, a 5-minute walk to St Kevin's State School, and a 5-minute walk to Benowa State High School, all ride. So there won't be very many parents driving their kids living in this development, driving their kids to school. They'll all be walking, and we've been able to solve those safety issues with signalisation of slip lanes, signalisation of intersection, and introduction of a wombat crossing. What we have found, though, no doubt, the development will add additional traffic to the road network. So the modelling that was undertaken currently indicates that during that PM peak, so that's the highest peak, the current development's generating about 575 trips. Okay, what this development will generate is around about 1,300 in the PM peak. We're talking about trips here. We're not talking about vehicle trips. We're talking about all trips. We're talking about trips by walking and cycling as well as trips by public transport. So 1,300. So no doubt there will be an additional 700 odd trips onto the network. But what we've also looked at is what can we do to the road network to help the performance of Ashmore Road and Benowa Road and Carrara Street. And we have come up with some solutions that we believe is going to make those intersections perform marginally better than what they do now with the development. Okay, so Council has an endorsed level of service through the LGIP. We have a level of service D. So we're aiming for a level of service D. The intersection of Ashmore Road and Benowa Road currently operates at a level of service D. The right turns at that intersection are currently operating at a level of service E. Putting in additional turning lanes, lengthening turning lanes, putting in the development will actually improve all the turning movements to a level of service D. So we're not aiming for a gold-plated level of service A. Our standard of service is level of service D, and this, by doing those roadworks, we will definitely be able to meet a level of service D target. But not only from a capacity perspective, but also improving safety, pedestrian safety. By putting the signals in at Benowa and Carrara Street, we'll be able to move the school crossing, remove that, which is inherently causing traffic issues. The supervisor there only has to wait for one child and goes out and stops all the traffic. We can alleviate that by putting in the signals at that intersection. We're also putting in active transport infrastructure, and we're significantly improving the public transport infrastructure, a new bus stop across the road, and a significantly upgraded bus stop along the frontage. The site is serviced by 2 bus routes, one that goes up to Southport, one that goes to Pacific Fair. Okay, so you'll be able to catch for 50 cents a bus to Pacific Fair or up to Southport. You've also got to remember a lot of those trips will be taken by a lift. You're living in the development. You better catch a lift down to do your grocery shopping, go to the doctor, see your accountant. So a lot of the trips will actually also be self-contained as well. So that was our assessment. We believe we've come up with what we think is going to mitigate the traffic impacts of this development, and also address the pedestrian, active travel and safety issues as well.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, there was just one other part of Councillor Castra's part, and it's also something raised by some correspondents around the idea of the need for an independent review of the traffic work. Could I just get Nick to explain that that's not typically how traffic assessment modelling is analysed, that we've got in-house capability to do that, and that's fairly typical, that there's nothing unusual about internal house capabilities assessing the traffic impacts in this one?
Yeah, through Mr Mayor. So the developer engaged a traffic engineering consultant who did their assessment. The traffic engineering consultant did obtain data from us and did their own surveys. They submitted that report. Obviously, we have our in-house expertise. That's why you employ traffic engineers who are very experienced in assessing these types of developments. And obviously through the development assessment process, there's what we call a request for information. So we did go back and ask for further information. and we work with we work with the developers, traffic engineering consultants, providing them with data, providing them with input, and they provided with some recommendations. But when we did our assessment, we actually came up with some treatments over and above what was recommended in the traffic report, because we know that we have to address not only capacity but safety and sustainable travel for this development. So, but it's not typical that we would get a peer review done for any of our development assessment. It's not something we need to do because we've got the in-house expertise.
Councillor Gates.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a question through you to Mr. Prasser while he's there, if that's okay. How does the internal assessment team consider the type of resident who will be an occupier? You mentioned that kids could walk to school, to one of the 3 schools, but how do you assess whether this is going to be appealing to families to live in an apartment? Historically, it hasn't been something that people in our city have aspired to do. So how do you determine the needs around traffic, and how do you assess who might be likely to be travelling to and from the product?
Through the Mayor. So we don't actually look at who might be residing there. We have some typical generation rates for this type of land use that we use to do our assessment. Okay, so but what we're assuming is if there are families living in here, it's more likely that their children will walk or cycle to school. If there's no families there, they won't be generating any trips to the school. So if you're a white-collar commuter with no family, you've got no need for doing trips in the school peaks. If you're an older retiree, you've got no need for generating trips during the school peak. I'm not saying the development won't generate trips in the school peak, but the majority of trips from this development for vehicles will be outside of the school peaks. There will still be walking trips, there will still be cycling trips, but the majority of this development, whether it's got families or no families, won't be affecting the existing school congestion problems.
Thank you.
Speaking for the motion, anyone? For the motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, at committee, I had a chance to make a few remarks about this development, and whilst it's well and truly outside my division, I have a chance to go past it every day. Obviously, it's not too far. It's on the way from Mudgeeraba to Chambers on a regular basis. I regularly frequent the KFC, which is bad for me, and I appreciate it. I've just confessed to my wife that on occasion I take junk food. But I do frequent that area. I'm also, we have a partnership. The Mudgeeraba Potters have like a centre right near there, and I was really, I'm there relatively regularly for different reasons. I've got to say, I think sometimes our planning scheme is a little unwieldy, and then I appreciate the planning scheme is meant to set in place the development outcomes we expect for the city over the future of that scheme. And we are drawing towards the end. Our last planning scheme was kind of adopted in 2016. We're 10 years in. We really are at the end. And there's this battle that occurs when we start looking at projects like this where, should we let the planning scheme determine the development that happens, or should we let the market respond to community need or community interest and adjust our assessment of planning applications in the context of the city we're seeing grow, sometimes outside the way we thought it would when we set the planning scheme in place. And in this one, I'm really interested. I think this is a really interesting prospect. And the idea that it's a neighbourhood centre, but really the planning assessors have thought about it saying, well, whilst it is a neighbourhood centre, it actually is acting like a district centre. It should be bigger than what it is. Now, we may not have anticipated that 10 years ago when we set the planning scheme in place, but that's what's happened. It's surrounded by 4 schools. It's got a fairly major hospital right next to it. It's got some really great sporting fields all the way to the east. It's got kind of commercial retail precinct. Whilst to the south, there's some residences kind of down as you kind of head into Banana Waters. And then north, to the west, you kind of go up to where the Gold Coast Botanic Gardens is. So you've got this kind of lovely kind of community space and then community facilities around this site. I think this is actually a really good example of the market responding to what's evolved in a community, and I think we should respond accordingly. I'm actually really impressed with the road upgrades that are planned. I think Mr. Prass's commentary around the types of people that might live in this development and what they may or may not do, I think is fascinating. I think, Councillor Hamill mentioned that as part of this development application, some of the conditions bring forward road upgrades that are necessary right now, and that enables us to free up those projects to be delivered sooner than they would otherwise be. Given that the people who live in this property, if they do have family, they're going to walk to school from where they are. They're not going to drive to school with 4 schools. It's a private school and then 2 state schools right near it. It's unlikely that they're going to drive to school from there. I'm actually really encouraged that the traffic upgrades can be brought forward sooner. Most importantly, I think, if we're serious about dealing with the housing crisis that is talked about in the media, I don't necessarily think we have as big a housing crisis. I think we have a vacancy crisis. I think we have a lot of vacant houses in the city sometimes. At the last census, I think there was 40,000 homes unoccupied on census night. But I do think that that is a serious thing. We need to increase dwelling supply. And this proposition that's been put to us today, that we're considering today, I think it represents an opportunity for 400 new homes to be delivered in a place that already has the infrastructure around it, the parks, the schools, the hospitals, the commercial retail precincts that are all in that area. It enables a bunch of people who already live there to have a full-service supermarket, which they don't currently have. Whilst that might seem like a little thing to some people, I think the elements of this development do actually lend themselves well to support, and I think councillors should be responsive to this market interest, and frankly, I think we should approve this development today and then incorporate this effectively district centre into our planning scheme as we resolve it over the coming couple of years for the next decade. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start by acknowledging the significant effort by the proponent and officers to respond to traffic, transport and public realm issues. That work is evident and it is appreciated. But ultimately, this decision isn't about whether a proposal has improved over time. It's about whether it aligns with what we as a council envisage and have planned for the area. The existing city plan indicates that it isn't, but we've recognised that we are moving to a new city plan. So further than that, further than our existing city plan, the recent local growth management strategy work that officers have undertaken, they've undertaken it to inform what our future city plan looks like. That work by officers indicates an expectation that Benowa Gardens would continue as a neighbourhood centre and not a district centre. On that basis, a building of this scale at 59 metres is very difficult to reconcile with that intended character and role of Benowa. Approving this does not just impact this site. It sets a precedent that risks undermining the integrity of our strategic framework and the centre's hierarchy more broadly. For those reasons, I'm unable to support the recommendation today.
Speaking for the motion, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and this has actually been a tough one for myself. My boys play football at Surfers Paradise Football Club. I've got relatives that's in Benowa Waters and a lot of group of friends there. I have family members that live at Ashmore, and I travel that road constantly. And I do know right now there's times I don't travel on it because of the impacts of the road. The road network is what we're dealing with now. It's an actual today problem. It's not based on this application. So I've had to really take myself away from the we listen to the community, but what's the impact of that particular site? And what really stands out for me, it gives the opportunity for housing for people that work at the hospital and works at the school The biggest challenge I find in this city is where people live close to their community, their workplace. And this gives the opportunity, we're not going to say they're going to live there, but the opportunity for someone to live and go to work. It gives the opportunity for someone to live and go to the school and actually take the travel component out of it. It also gives a complex where you can actually live and do your shopping and actually live in the environment and take your kids. So the intent here is to create a community that is locally and living in the particular area. Look, the challenge I see in the area is always been parking. Like, I think that's my concern for the site. I don't think it's the actual towers. The amount of people that actually leave and come from a site isn't all out at once and all that come in or leave at the same time. It's staged over a period of the day, you know. So it's more me looking at what the application will bring in relation to parking for people when they come to site. Parking is a challenge for schools. Parking is a challenge for hospitals when you go and visit. That is a big thing for me. And this particular site has a commercial aspect to it right now. So moving forward, if there is another commercial shopping centre that's designed for that particular block, which always could do, it's still going to be a challenge for that particular area. But I think what it does do is bring road improvements forward to improve the intersection we've got with the current conditions. That's what it's doing. We're talking about we've got problems with that section during peak hours, because many times I go to the football and we don't experience that problem. There's many times I'll go and visit my son and there's not that problem. I go get my hair cut and there's not that problem. If I go to during the school period, fortunately my kids have left school, but that's the time that you don't go, and that's like anywhere in the city. But parking is something that I would be really interested in the development, because as we know, the development isn't being assessed for the actual development, what we see here now. I think that's something that if an this goes through and an application comes to the council, it's something that we really need to consider appropriately. And then active travel too, that's really important. The improvement in pathways that I wasn't at the committee meeting, but I was listening. The improvements of active travel around the area is really important. So yes, the area is changing. It is a unique situation. I have voted against a couple of these developments down south, but I don't think it had that unique situation of schools and a hospital. If you want to think about it one way and think that the hospital and schools the problem, it is there, and I think this tower actually provides a benefit for the area. Current people that live in Benara Waters, whether they're my friends and family, still have to deal with that challenge moving forward. And my perspective in relation to the height side and accommodation, I think is less of an impact from my perspective. I think for the development moving forward will be the improved parking for residents and workers on that particular site. But for those reasons, I support the current
Speaking
proposal.
against the motion, Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to say that I'm not personally all that concerned about the proposed height, but at 59 metres, I'm sure it's way above the expectation of the community, especially when the podium is higher than the current code accessible 14 metre height. I recognise that the location is quite unique given that it's nearby the schools and the hospital, but my biggest fear is the resulting impacts. I'd also like to say that the applicant has a very strong track record with good development. My main issue today, and as expressed at the Planning Committee, is the massive departure from City Plan. I don't know how, in moving into the consultation phase for our next City Plan, we can possibly hope to retain the community's trust in what our scheme actually says when we consider such massive departure as has been expressed today with this contemplated project. I firmly believe that when this first came forward to the officers, they should have said, look, we're developing a new city plan And this really is something that is such a strong departure from what is currently proposed for that neighbourhood centre. We should give the community the chance to come on the journey, to be involved in the consultation that will be very thorough in introducing a new scheme, and allow them to understand the needs of our city as it grows, and to accommodate all the additional people that are wanting to move here because the lifestyle is so great. Mr. Mayor, I fear that we will lose the trust of the community, and it's only because this preliminary approval does provide for over 40 metres higher than what City Plan proposes. I don't believe that we will retain the trust of the community moving forward, and I think that's really sad because this council in particular has tried very hard to improve community engagement. The CEO's taken hold of the team. He's nurtured it and ensured that we have experts to engage with the community, but that has not been the case. There would have been many people that were even unaware of this application. It's not until things start to really happen that the community sits up and takes notice. So for the reasons stated, I truly believe we should have allowed the community to understand the need, to appreciate what this development might bring to the area along with the impacts, and then make a decision on it based on the view of the residents that we all represent. And I think we often lose sight that they're the people who put out their trust in us to make the decisions that will impact their day-to-day life in the best possible way, not adversely.
Councillor Hamill to close.
Can I seek a clarification first, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I could just seek clarity from Mick. So Councillor Gates suggested that officers would have had a head of power to have said the applicant, we're not going to accept the application because we're doing a new planning scheme. Can I get clarification that we legally could not have done that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, this was a development application that was properly made, so we have to accept it.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, and I appreciate the bit of clarification. Mr. Mayor, just a couple of points that have been raised during debate. Councillor Castro is entirely right. Royal Pines is under the Integrated Resort Act. So while I acknowledge that, I don't think it removes the fact that there is a big tower on the site that to the community, they don't know what's under which act or which scheme. They just see a big tower. And if Mr. Mayor, if Royal Pines isn't for the taste, then the two towers on Ross Street at the same height are definitely under our planning scheme and were approved by the city. So that's a different reference point. It was simply pointing out the context of this area, that a suggestion that towers of this height are going to be completely new or stick out like the proverbial.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification there, if I can, through you, Mr. Mayor, don't do this very often. Is Councillor Hamill saying that Vantage was approved under the council city plan? That's part of the Royal Pines. That also falls under the Integrated Resorts Act. So forgive me if I've misunderstood you, but I thought you were referring to Vantage. That also fell under the Integrated Resorts Act as part of the Royal Pines.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, wasn't my understanding, but I'll take Councillor Castro's long history in the chamber of that being correct. Either way, 3 towers of 15 stories within a very short distance of this site. Mr. Mayor, I'm really pleased that we got Mr. Prasso in to provide some additional information in regards to the traffic impact assessment and the conditions of upgrades that have been imposed. What has been made clear from Nick and clear from the Officer of Recommendations is that the existing issues the community feels in this area today can be improved by the upgrades that come with this development. What I didn't mention in the opening, Mr. Mayor, was all those upgrades have to be delivered before stage 1. So it's not a case of the never that the developer doesn't want what it wants. All of the upgrades that were listed to all those intersections, the turning lanes, the pedestrians, the wombat crossings, all must be done before stage 1 is delivered. So the community would get those benefits before the developer does. That is a significant win, Mr. Mayor, and something we don't get the chance to see very often. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to point out too, so I'm going to take Councillor Patterson's opinion in regards to the city plan doesn't support this. While Mr. Moran made it very clear that it may be in conflict with the building height overlay map, He went to great detail to explain, as per the officer report, that in officer's opinion, the rest of this application and its and lack of conflicts with the rest of the planning scheme, that this city plan actually does support this. The recommendation for us is against this city plan. The recommendation of officers is that this application should be supported against the current city plan. Mr. Mayor, again, a risk that was mentioned around supporting this at this time in relation to LGMS, I'm really hesitant to get into that discussion. LGMS is not a statutory document. I think we have to be very careful over the next couple of years of referencing LGMS or what might happen in the future. This is assessed and lodged under the current planning scheme, must be assessed under this planning scheme and the recommendation and our decision made under this planning scheme. So thinking too much to what we're talking about in LGMS meetings or new planning scheme meetings doesn't really assist. We need to be able to park that to the side and understand this is lodged under this statutory document and must be final recommendation on this document. Mr. Mayor, it was interesting. The other part I took from the risk is that the other risk that comes with this is a risk that a landowner is prepared to invest hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to redevelop a tired and ageing shopping centre, redevelop that to deliver modern and expanded facilities for the community and bring in dwelling supply. I've got to admit that's a risk I'm pretty comfortable taking and support the officer recommendation on this. Mr. Mayor, there's a broader question that I think comes with this application. Everyone in this room understands that this city has a housing supply and affordability challenge. I agree with some of Councillor Tozer's comments. We have too many things sitting empty, but even if all of those are occupied, we still don't have enough dwellings in this city now and into the future. Every councillor in this chamber I know is hearing from especially young families struggling to enter the housing market. We are hearing from older residents wanting to downsize but don't want to leave their communities. We are hearing from workers who are travelling further and further to get to work because they cannot afford to buy or rent close to their employment. This isn't just about housing numbers, it's that idea of creating diversity of housing types. That idea of creating diversity to help with costs for people working in our community so they can also live and work in the community that they go to for work. This site sits directly opposite Pindara Hospital and the surrounding allied health and medical services precinct. It has got a lot of this in that precinct. Located close to schools, employment opportunities, public transport and everyday services. It's also located walking distance to Botanical Gardens and walking distance to Bruce Small, which Councillor Patterson, I know recently has made some commitments about the upgrades that are coming to that fantastic open space in this area. It means these homes could provide opportunities for nurses, for hospital staff, for allied health professionals, for teachers, for other school staff, and for many other workers who live in this precinct every day. It is about giving people the opportunity to live closer to where they work, reducing commuter times and improving quality of life. It is about creating communities where families can walk their children to school, access shops and services nearby, and rely less on getting in the car for every daily trip. Those outcomes not only benefit future residents, but they would benefit the broader community today. The question for me is whether that growth should occur and whether it's better directed to locations that already have services, infrastructure, employment opportunities and transport connections. Because this site possesses all of those characteristics. It has existing services, it has existing amenity, it has existing infrastructure with capacity to take more. It has transport connections that with upgrades can deliver more capacity and safety improvements. This site has the ability to accommodate growth. In fact, one of the strongest arguments in favour of this location is that it allows the city to make better use of infrastructure that already exists. That is cheaper for ratepayers in the long term than having to invest in brand new in fringe areas. We often talk about responsible growth and making efficient use of public investment. This site is serviced by roads, public transport, water, sewer and stormwater infrastructure. Directing growth to locations like this allows us to leverage that existing infrastructure capacity rather than continually pushing into areas that require substantial new investment. This proposal would facilitate the redevelopment of an ageing shopping centre, deliver expanded commercial opportunities for this community and provide an additional 413 dwellings in a location that is capable of supporting that growth. If we accept that additional housing should be delivered in well-serviced locations, then there is a reasonable question to ask here. If not here, then where? The site is located opposite the hospital, the schools, the employment, shopping, public transport and community services. If we are serious as a city about directing growth to well-serviced locations, it is difficult to argue that this site does not meet that description. Councillors are being asked to evaluate the officer report and consider all of the information in that report and its assessment. We're being asked to balance the known impacts versus the benefits and to understand what that looks like. And I think all councillors have demonstrated today an understanding, especially that impact on the traffic network, but the benefits that can come with this proposal. Mr Mayor, having considered the strategic location and role of the site, the officer recommendation, the infrastructure capacity assessment, the traffic analysis, the shadow assessment, and the proposed road intersection upgrades that would be all delivered before stage 1 of this development, I am satisfied that there is a compelling planning basis and community basis to support this application. For all of these reasons, I will be supporting the officer recommendation and encourage my councillor colleagues to do the same.
Councillor, debate's closed. Division's call. I'll put it to the vote. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor.
Against?
Councillor Doran, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Carry. Carried. Councillor, why don't we have a break? See you at 12.
I would just like to draw your attention to item 6.7, Mr Mayor and
Okay.
councillors.
We'll go to 6.7.
Thank you. This is a proposal for telecommunications facility at Mount Nathan. The recommendation from committee is to approve in accordance with officers' recommendations. I'm moving an alternative motion, which is that the proposal be refused. I've outlined those reasons. I've provided everyone a copy in hard copy, and there is a copy that will come up on the screen, Mr Mayor.
Okay. I'll ask for a seconder.
Once it's evident.
Okay, you read
That's
that?
the motion. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Gates.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, I did speak against this at committee, and I'll try to give this a red-hot go. The federal legislation around telecommunications facilities is very supportive of the construction of telecommunications towers all throughout the country to provide a critical network for people, and that's obvious. Council's role is to enable that provision, and indeed we have a policy whereby we enable applicants to make applications on sites that we own, and this site is something that we own. It's used for our own water facilities, which I don't think compromises us, but it just means that we are entangled in the application to some degree. This same applicant lodged 3 applications for telecommunications towers around the same time, about 2 years ago. One of them was subsequently withdrawn because it was in close proximity to homes, and there was some pressure applied from the state government because it was in a park that is now going to feature the War Memorial facility at Cliffbird Park in Maudsley. Another application was refused by council officers under their delegated authority. It was in very close proximity to homes, and there could be no conditioning of it to get an acceptable outcome. This one, unfortunately, has come forward for an approval. I'm recommending refusal, as I said. And in this matter, Mr Mayor, there were about 200 submissions from the local community. I want you to picture this. It's a rural residential community. It is beautiful, beautiful. We're just so blessed to have these areas of diversity in our city. Indeed, the city has recently purchased a very significant parcel of land under the policy that we have, the Natural Areas Acquisition Program.
Yeah.
We purchased that about 12 months ago, significant parcel just to the west of where this proposed tower is going to be. And it's a magnificent area. The landscape is beautiful, and everywhere you look, it is serene. I'll draw your attention now, if I can, to the report on page 358, Mr Mayor. And the figure at the bottom of that page, figure 27, which is a montage provided by the applicant, which shows this proposed facility at 38.3 metres high, which of course is the sort of height you need to get the transmission. But I'm drawing your attention to that picture because it shows it in contrast to the natural environment in which it's proposed to be placed. We have an obligation under the Act to ensure our city plan is honoured. I make no criticism whatsoever of the officers in their assessment. They've been diligent, they've been thoroughly professional. In my opinion, they've just come forward with the wrong recommendation. And that that's the reality. And it's incumbent upon us to really critically analyse this and ensure that we make the right decision. For my part, I would never, ever be happy to see that tower in that position, as you can see at the bottom of page 358. I would forever lament that. It's a real imposition on the natural environment, and the local community doesn't like it. I will say at this point there were several submissions in support of the tower because there's obviously people that are lacking communications, and that's recognised and appreciated, but there were far more submitters against, Mr Mayor. The reasons I've given for the refusal are in front of you, and I'll go through them briefly. Firstly, well, there are 3 main categories: landscape character and scenic amenity, residential amenity, and environmental health. and the report addresses each of these things. So I'm looking at page 354. All of those dot points on the first page you have, and I'm arguing that this application, or the outcome of it, would specifically conflict with all of these outcomes of the strategic framework that we seek and that we've incorporated into our city plan. The retention and enhancement of natural landscapes for scenic amenity and landscape character. I'll draw your attention again to that image, that photo montage, and that's a clear contrast or contradiction with that. The strategic framework requires that the development is of a scale that does not dominate the natural landscape within its context and locality. There can be no argument that this tower does conflict dramatically. The strategic framework requires that development does not erode and where possible expands the function and values of the green space network. Obviously it's not a facility that intends to do that, so it fails on that count. Strategic framework requires that major and minor ridgelines are protected for their contribution to the city's outstanding scenic amenity. And councillors, this area really does enjoy outstanding scenic amenity, and we are blessed to have it, and it's incumbent upon us to ensure that we leave the right outcome for future generations. This tower in this position does not do that. Strategic framework requires that natural landscape areas are protected for their contribution to the city's scenic amenity and nature conservation. Again, a very strong contrast. And further, that landscape significance of the major ridgelines and minor ridgelines is protected by retaining and enhancing vegetation cover. This doesn't have a vegetation impact, Mr. Mayor, but it doesn't contribute to that outcome either. Strategic framework requires that activities that could conflict with the health and amenity of sensitive uses through the generation of electromagnetic emissions are adequately separated, designed and managed. For this, the city has created a policy some years ago, I think 15 years ago, specific to the siting of telecommunications devices. It requires that all such devices are a minimum of 200 metres away from places of residence, for example, being a sensitive receptor. In this case, the proposal is well short of that. I think 89 metres is the closest house, and whilst those people may not see this visibly all the time from their kitchen window or something, it's within that. It causes concern to them, and they're entitled to have the protection that we've got through our policy, which requires, doesn't suggest, it requires a minimum of 200 metres. And I'll reiterate that another application I referred to, made by the same applicant at the same time, was within close proximity to houses. It was refused by council officers for that reason. And so I think that's a relevant and legitimate reason for refusal here. I'll go over the page, Mr. Mayor, and so on this it says, furthermore, the proposal conflicts with provisions of the Conservation Zone Code. So this is in the conservation zone. So very specifically, it's required that the height of structures should not exceed 9 metres. This is 38.3 metres. It clearly is dominant. It's not just a one-off. It's not amalgamated or grouped with other things. It's starkly contrasting with that requirement in the city plan. The performance outcome is that buildings are integrated within the landscape and do not appear as a prominent feature. Obviously this does, and the acceptable outcomes is that buildings and structures do not protrude above ridgelines when viewed from any street. And this is right next to a street. You'll see it all the time. People enjoying that beautiful landscape and natural air. People have chosen to go out there to live a little bit distant from facilities and services. They accept that. It's a lifestyle that they want for their children and the whole family. And to have to be confronted with this tower is really going to be a daily reminder of our failure to honour the city plan, which requires furthermore that, as I've already indicated, The proposal conflicts with the provisions of the Telecommunications and Broadcasting Facilities Code, which is our code, is implemented by us, which requires that freestanding tower facilities do not exceed a height of 30 metres in non-residential areas. This is 38 metres. On so many grounds, this application fails. And the officers have provided reasonable argument for their support of it, and I accept that it's a reasonable argument, but it's not, in my opinion, the correct argument, which is that it should be refused for these various reasons. The final one is that, or the final matters are that I don't believe that we can properly address each of these departures from the city plan with conditions. Through the planning committee process, I did introduce, thanks to the chair for his support, a condition that requires any electrical connectivity to the telecommunications facility would have to be underground. So that's a matter we can address. That would restrict potential impacts in the future. Let's say there's a storm and trees fall on the power line that serves the telecommunication network, so they want to cut the trees back. So we're avoiding those kind of impacts by putting the power underground. But these other provisions cannot be addressed through appropriate conditions, Mr. Mayor. There is only one choice for us, and that's to refuse. The applicant really has chosen the wrong location. It's their job, it's their role, on behalf of their providers that they're representing, to find the right places, to do the proper analysis as to where they can provide these sorts of telco facilities that will betterment the community through telecommunications networks, but also respect the provisions of the city plan. I encourage your support. Thanks very much for listening.
Just a second. So, Mr. CEO, if you can take my question on notice. Basically, I mean, communication is important in any modern city, but because the technology has now advanced, I'd like to know the reach or potential reach, even in this area, of an alternative communication like Starlink. And if that's the case, we should relook at our policy and things, and that in future, really, where cases like this, if an alternative, I know it's a different company, but an alternative use of technology that doesn't require a tower at all, such as the satellite of Starlink, if you can take that on board, that just to get, if Starlink can give us just a overlay, if the answer is yes, they can do it all. I'm not trying to go for a monopoly or anything, just want to know an alternative to the unsightly tower, and at the same time, the people in the area can still have access to telecommunication. All right. Councillor Tozer?
Mr. Mayor, my question's just to try to get my head around the visual amenity issues that were raised by Councillor Young. On page 356, there's of the agenda, there's like a map of where the tower is and then the montages. And I've just been trying to, familiarise myself with each location, and it appears that montage 4 is the only picture where the tower is actually visible from the selected locations in the applicant's submission, or perhaps in the officer's assessment. And montage 4 talks about like a winding road, so it's not visible from a house, but it's visible when you're in the car driving past it. So my question through you to Councillor Young is, when it comes to visual amenity, is that the only one you're talking about, or are you alleging, or are you suggesting that there are other locations where it can be seen that aren't captured in that part of the report?
Yeah, the applicants provided a variety of montages at the request of council officers, and they are shown in the report and indicate that for most sensitive receptors, the homes and the suburban streets, for most of those places, the tower is not now visible because they reduced the height slightly. It is that figure 27, that location on Mount Nathan Road, which is the most prominent, and I can't say that's the only location that you would see this tower from, but from the material, that's the only one shown.
Okay,
Does that help?
just so I'm clear, you aren't alleging that there are other locations, or you haven't got any other material to help us with that? Is there any other material you have that you can show us outside of what's in the report?
No, I don't have additional photographs, Mr Mayor, or evidence to demonstrate that the tower would be visible from other places. To me, it's such a striking contrast at this particular location. If I can draw your mind to thinking about a winding road that comes from the main road across a creek. It's a single lane road. It rises. There's enormous trees towering over the road. It is a very rural position. And then you emerge to this corner, which council's cut back the vegetation to improve sight lines, the visibility as you're turning the sharp corner. That's the image you see at the top, page 359. But opposite that is the tower, and it stands out like the proverbials. Thank you.
Another proverbial. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I've heard and have certainly really appreciated the divisional councillors' insights in this particular area. And I did pick up and I noted that this is the second attempt of the proponent to try to deliver this type of infrastructure in the area. And it's a question perhaps to Councillor Young, and then I'd appreciate a follow-up from officers. Councillor Young, in your opinion, is there an alternative site that could have been reasonably acquired by the proponents to deliver this type of infrastructure so that that community can be serviced, but that didn't have any kind of impacts that would be unacceptable to that community?
Can I, Mr Mayor? I don't have that technical expertise. I know the applicant did provide a report that addressed a few locations it had interrogated, and this was the one that they supported and therefore made the application. However, I do know from the submissions made by the public that some people do enjoy telecommunications through one network, I won't name it, and others who don't use that network don't enjoy. So there is a facility in the vicinity somewhere that is providing telco to some of the residents. And it's theoretically possible that they could piggyback onto that same tower and provide equal coverage. Thanks, Mr.
I've seen that. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just through yourself to Mick, you might be able to help me here. I do remember quite a few years ago we had a similar application come through in Currumbin Valley, which I was successful. It was recommended for approval by officers, and I was successful in getting a refusal, but that refusal certainly turned around to a approval in the courts. Have we got any historical data as to how successful we are at challenging if we do refuse this? And I do take Councillor Young's point too. In both my valleys, I know things like Starlink are becoming very, very well used.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I might have to take that one on notice, Councillor O'Neill. As we know, with each application that is appealed in court, they're all sort of determined on the facts and circumstances of each site. So,
all right, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I was just going to suggest, and I'm happy to introduce it, but since we're looking at a refusal motion of an officer recommendation, that I might foreshadow the committee recommendation just so we've got a backup depending on how this falls out.
Yeah, that's fair. Do that. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just subsequent to Councillor O'Neill's comments, I wondered, was the application, if you don't mind me asking a question of her, if she can recall whether that particular application was code accessible or impact accessible. And the reason for my query is this is an impact accessible application, and at committee I was in support, but it was my error that I believed it was code. And as a code application, I felt that we would have no success moving forward. So I voted in support, and then following the meeting I had another look at it and realised it was impact, and feel very free today to express my concern about what's being proposed.
Well, you've got open and persuadable mind.
Correct.
Yeah. Can you recall?
I'm pretty sure it was impact, Councillor Gates.
Okay. All right. Speaking against the motion? Question.
The report, Mr Mayor, says that council is actually the owner of the land. Is that correct? Yeah. And do we derive an income from leasing this out?
Yes.
And are we able to talk about what that is, or is that something that would be subject to a special budget? Is it standardised? I suppose my question is it a standardised lease fee or is it negotiated on a case-by-case basis?
It'd be yeah, you can talk generically, but it wouldn't be a huge chunk.
Without wanting to reflect specifically on the financials of this project, the lease would be determined by the value of the land, and then there's a standard calculation that's used, and we don't really factor in whether it's a tower or whether it's a house or whether it's a community centre. We will just do an assessment of the value of the land and then provide a lease. I guess that's a separate issue to the planning component, which is what you're discussing today.
Right. Okay. Thanks. Interesting. Councillor Young, because it's on council land, we could have knocked it on the head, not giving owners consent to lodge the DA. And it's sad that you weren't alerted to, or were you? I don't know. Yes.
Yes, in fact, I did oppose the issuing of a lease or the consent to lodge the application. But I was told by the property officers that council is obliged to facilitate the delivery of these facilities. And
owner consent is up to the owner, I would have thought. Can you take that on notice, Councillor General?
Personally, I believe we should always have that.
If we own the land
to refuse
and
it
you don't sign the consent, they can't lodge.
But I did make a submission against the enabling the property owner's consent, and it was rejected.
Yeah, I'm with you. Thank you. All right. Just take that on notice. I'd love to know. Yeah, I mean, it's almost like you could force your hand to sign something. Don't like to do that. And all right. Okay, councillors speaking against the motion? No. Would you like to close?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors, for your questions and your interest. I have a lot of trepidation about this. I don't like putting us into a position where we may have to counter an appeal. I do know that the local community will be very supportive of this outcome, and if we did approve, they would appeal. I've got no doubt that the applicant might do the same. I've had the opportunity to answer your questions, and I'm grateful for that. As I said, I did oppose the issuing of the owner's consent. It was rejected because I was told that under the federal legislation, we're pretty much obliged to facilitate these outcomes. And I opened my debate with that, in that we have that kind of obligation, but I don't think that should fetter us in our assessment of the city plan provisions. And in this case, I think they're so strongly opposed or against the outcomes that would be achieved if we approve this. Thank you for your support, Mr. Mayor.
Councillors, debate's closed. Good presentation and speech, Councillor. And I don't say it often, but you're really passionate to put all those details in for us. Thank you. So, councillors, I put the motion to you. All in favour to refuse? Show of hands. Against? Carry supermajority to refuse. That's what you call open and persuadable. Right, 6.7's done. Councillor Lacastra.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to call out 6.1, Mr. Mayor, which is in relation to e-bikes.
All right.
And I hope this council is open and persuadable again, because I've got a lot to say.
Yeah, the state government just came out with a lot of rulings on that. So what I like to do is we'll break for lunch. I want to give you a heads up on what the state government just released, just only about 10 minutes ago, because it might even add to what you want to say. Is that all right? Well, councillors, what do you think? 40 minutes? Meeting adjourned for 40 minutes. call to order. Streaming's on. And so forget the e-bikes for now. Has anyone got anything else? Councillor Tozer?
Just 6.4, Mr Mayor. I'd like to vote against it, please.
6.4. We go to 6.4.
Happy to move it, Mr Mayor.
Move. Seconder. Okay. Do you want to speak on it?
Mr Mayor, very briefly for the benefit of councillors not at committee, the city has had some correspondence from the Department of Transport and Main Roads wishing to talk about the possibility of entering into an agreement for the city to take on local law management over DTMR land for people sleeping rough, Mr Mayor. So the decision at this stage and the recommendation and the support today is just for officers to be able to go away and continue that conversation with DTMR to better understand what the model might look like, what kind of legislation would need to be enacted. Mr Mayor, importantly, what's been signalled very early and reconfirmed in the recommendation is that we would only consider this if it is a full cost recovery model, that we do not expect ratepayers to be covering any cost of this, that would have to be covered by DTMR. Mr Mayor, I think it's a perfectly safe recommendation to allow officers to go away, continue to investigate this and come back to us with what all the fine-grained detail looks like for final execution of any deal to be struck between us and DTMR.
Okay. Speak against anyone? Right. Let's put it to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Do you want to record as negative? Or could you record Councillor Tozer voting in the negative, please? Well, 6.4 is done. Councillor Castro?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, look, 6.1, which is...
yep, the e-bike.
The matter on e-bikes. We've got to change recommendation given the state government's announcement just a short while ago, Mr Mayor. So what I'm looking to move is what's on the screen there. But
okay. Second, anyone?
Is everyone? Do you need me to read it, Mr Mayor?
No need. Seconder, Councillor Gates, speak on it.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, it's really good. I'm very, very happy that the state has taken the position that they have, and it saved me arguing about what I think we should be doing and the message we should be sending to the state. So really this is so important. They've taken on board big community concern about operation of e-bikes, whether they be legal bikes or whether they be ones that have been souped up. But they do see them as a real problem, as many people in the community do. And they've recognised the fact that there needs to be, much stronger regulation in place. So this, of course, will mean now that my understanding of what the state have agreed on is everything I was hoping they would do, basically, which is firstly, the only thing they've actually changed their position slightly on, but I'm happy with it, is they were originally proposing that riders had to be 16 years of age. They're now saying that you can ride an e-bike from the age of 12, but only under parental supervision. And I think that's a really sensible outcome. And they are still looking at putting in place licensing. And that's really important so that people who are riding these bikes understand basic rules of safety and road rules. That's really important, and I believe the 10 kilometre per hour, and I know that will be hard to regulate for our officers and for anyone, but I think they've changed to 12 now, to 12 kilometres per hour. So overall, I think it's a really good outcome, and it's really what I've been banging on about ad nauseum, driving everyone mad for many, many months. And as have you, Mr Mayor, I know that you have very, very similar views to mine. So I hope that everyone will support this, because this is basically saying to the state, we support what you're doing, and I believe we should. Sorry, just to go to number 3 there, I've actually asked for that independent legal advice on Local Law 11 because there's a bit of debate as to some anomalies around that. So thanks, Mr Mayor.
Speaking against?
If you don't mind, Mr Mayor. I think our motion should just be number 1, 2, 3 rather than all the preliminary lines. Our resolution would be 1, council notes, and so forth. Yep. Yep. Personally, I don't even think that the change committee recommendation line needs to be there, Mr. Mayor, but because our resolution is the body, and that's just 1, 2, 3. Let's leave it. Doesn't matter. All right. Now speak against anyone. Councillor Castro, need to close. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show your hands. Against, motion carried. Any items? Other items? Councillor Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, we need to deal with 6.8 separately because there wasn't a resolution at committee.
6.8. Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, that's all. I'm not happy to move the committee recommendation.
Move. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Oh, you're moving it. Okay, move, Councillor Gates. Seconder, Councillor Fowler. Councillor Gates, you want to speak on that?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. I unstarred this item at our committee meeting because I wanted to move it and give some context to the inclusion of transport depots in our 2016 scheme. I'm not sure what Councillor Hamill's position is today, but at committee he was not satisfied with the recommendation and he had provided us with a long list of refusal recommendations, and Councillor Curtis moved that the matter be deferred to today because it was lengthy and we needed to have a look at it. So I don't know whether Councillor Hamill's position remains the same, but I wanted to give the council an understanding of why this non-rural use was still contemplated in our planning scheme. And they are still contemplated uses of a low scale like this, as they don't threaten the rural intent. And in some cases, they actually support the rural activities in a location. Excuse me. I made some inquiries. In recent years, there's been 7 approvals for transport depots in the rural domain. Most recently, about 4 applications have been made. 2 were approved and 2 were refused. I've had a chat with officers, and it's very clear to me that they can't simply make a decision solely based on land use alone. The size, the scale and the location all form part of individual assessments, and it's those things that are taken into account. So of the recent approvals, one of them related to 30 light vehicles and 6 heavy rigid vehicles, and another related to 9 heavy vehicles, whereas what we're assessing today relates to 2 trucks and a tractor. That would be something that most rural properties have on their own land and make use of. So the particular site has a road resumption about to occur. It makes the site probably too small for a viable agricultural pursuit. It's on Burnside Road, a road that council has invested, I think, probably $20 or $30 million into over the last 2 budget periods. And it's opposite land zone for industrial, and I think directly opposite another investigation area for industrial expansion. So all in all, the officers have recommended approval because it's a low-key operation. There was, I believe, initially 1 complaint from the southern property owner, but an acoustic fence has been conditioned in the recommendation for approval so that there would be no impact on any neighbouring property. I think there was a small self-serve roadside stall which is contemplated in the scheme. It's recommended by officers. It's very low scale, and I think councillors should simply support this application today.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, as Councillor Gates alluded to, I did put a refusal motion before the committee, but have decided between now and committee that I would just speak against the motion. Mr. Mayor, this application came about through a compliance matter. So through compliance being undertaken on the site, the DA was then lodged to look to take care of what was happening on the site. It is a very small little rural block of land that before this use occurred was being used in rural use. It had a rural house in it, had a little banana plantation on it. It looked and felt rural as per the zone. Overnight, all the bananas, all the trees in the property were cleared, a heap of fill was brought in, compacted and harsden was put down, and an illegal use was occurring. Compliance ensued, and on the back of the compliance, this DA was lodged. Mr. Mayor, officers have argued that their main reason for support, or one of the reasons for support, is because of the size and scale of the site, that it's just such a little block of land that it's not a big impact. Mr. Mayor, I have a real problem with that position because, as Councillor Gates mentioned, there's been several of these approved and refused over the last few years. In the 10 years beforehand, there's been dozens and dozens of them refused and approved. It's a constant game of whack-a-mole, keeping transport depots and low-impact industry use in the industrial area and out of the rural zone. I accept, because I live in that rural area, that having a shed with a couple of trucks running out of it is not a detrimental thing. That if you have a 10-acre block or a 5-acre block or a 20-acre block, that a shed with a couple of trucks running out of it, a little bit of hard stand, is not a big impact, because it is ancillary to the main land use, which is rural. You still have the rural house, you still have the majority of the property looking rural, it still looks and feels and acts rural. This property will not. With this approval, no part of this property is rural anymore. The house gets demolished, it's all hard stand, it's a shed for low impact industry and some trucks on site. So while I don't disagree that the impact of 2 trucks in the local network is a big deal, there's tens of thousands of trucks go past this site. It's more the principle of that when there is 300 hectares of zoned industrial land or future industrial land that this use could occur on, literally on the other side of the road, I don't see the need to allow this use to bleed any further into the rural area and for the justification to be, oh, just because it's small, what else could it really be used for? Because literally, before they did the wrong thing, it was being used for a rural purpose. So I disagree with the officer's position. I can't support this today and would seek councillors' support voting no against this.
Okay, Councillor Gates, you want to close the debate?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, I think we can all agree that the area is undergoing significant change, not just in terms of the rural activities, whether they continue or not, or whether the Norwell Valley project proceeds and residential dwellings end up being. It's quite possible they could end up being on this parcel of land as well. But, Mr. Mayor, it is a small-scale operation. It does utilise the existing infrastructure on sites. There's no new infrastructure at all that's proposed. It's simply utilisation of the existing sheds and approval to have a small roadside store, which is totally contemplated within the city plan. So the officers have gone to a lot of work, and I would respect their expertise on this one and offer my support, and I hope colleagues will too, for its approval.
Debate's closed, councillors. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any other? Back to Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Second to Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. We go to governance, administration. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 868 Governance, Administration and Finance Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 19th of May 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 7, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any items to be dealt separately? Councillor Tozer.
Just item 6.1, Mr. Mayor.
6.1. Okay. Go to 6.1.
I'm not supportive of the committee recommendation, so if someone else wants to move it, then I'll...
Pardon?
I'm not supportive of the committee recommendation, so...
I'll move Councillor Patterson. Second to Councillor Martin. You need to speak on it? All right. We speak against?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, what is recommended in here is effectively a divisionally funded officer staffed in councillors' offices, and I think that having been part of a council in the past that has had divisionally funded officers, that is a complex circumstance that is unfortunately inevitably wedded to terms of council and has some implications with election periods and such things. And I'm not sure that the report contemplated it as specifically as what is recommended in here, and I can't support it in its current form. I think there needs to be much more work done before we would resolve to do this, Mr Mayor.
All right. So to close, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The officers have done quite a lot of work to ensure that councillor officers are working as efficiently as they can for our local communities. There's quite a distinction. There's a lot of variety from one councillor office to the other. We all have the same budget that we can allocate to our officers. What this additional element that Councillor Tozer is pointing to is that part of that budget can be allocated to people resources in the office. So, for example, I have the most community and sports clubs of any division in the city, also managing the CBD, many councillor requests on homelessness and other matters in my office. My office cannot function at the moment without my full-time staff working overtime in the mornings and Saturdays. What this enables me to do is to use part of that divisional funding for this financial year to ensure that they can work in a way that's safe and healthy for them and that they are not overstretched. It is only for 1 year, and then it will be considered appropriately in the budget next year. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, question, Councillor Tozer.
You can take this on notice, Mr Mayor. My question is just through you to the CEO or whomever in relation to overtime and Saturdays being a part of our divisional funding. How would a councillor go about engaging their staff to work overtime or Saturdays?
Mr CEO?
I might take that on notice.
Take it on notice.
We're going to work it out how we're going to do it.
Take it on notice. Councillor Gates?
As part of that, I wonder, can we know if that's a practice that's currently being undertaken and by whom and where?
Take it on notice.
I'll take it on notice.
Right. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show your hands. Against? Motion carried. Any other items? Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that all the remaining recommendations be adopted.
Second to Councillor Martin. All in favour, show your hands. Against? Motion carried. We go to lifestyle. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 868 Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee held on Thursday, the 21st of May 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 6, be received.
Second to Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show hands. Against? Motion carry. Any items you want to deal separately, Councillor Tozer?
Mr Mayor, the item number 7.1, I've just got a change recommendation that's been provided to the Chamber support.
Okay, 7.1 we're going to.
I think I have a secondary in Councillor Hamill, Mr Mayor.
Secondary, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, at the Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee this week, we discussed the arrangement that the Council has with the SES, and the conversation was robust and actually quite good. We ended up with a resolution that we thought was appropriate at the time. But the team already had a scheduled meeting. The officers had a scheduled meeting the very next night with the SES leadership on the coast, and they conducted that meeting, were able to gain support for the initiatives that they had reported to us, and then the SES put their expression of support in writing, which has been distributed to all councillors, and that has facilitated the wording that councillors are seeing on the screen now with that that they're seeing on screen now. So we've effectively coordinated this resolution in conjunction to the subsequent correspondence that's been received from the SES, providing full support for the work of Mark Ryan and his DEMU team engaging with the SES. So if did we acknowledge the seconder?
Yeah, Councillor Hamill.
All right, well, yeah, Mr Mayor, I'll put this to councillors. I think it explains a longer-term plan relating to the SES, and I encourage councillors to support it.
Anyone to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any other items? Councillor Tozer? Oh, Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to move the committee recommendation for 7.2, please.
I'll second that, Mr Mayor.
7.2, seconder anyone? Councillor Tozer.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. This relates to the Hinterland Gateway Community Hub. I'm just rising to grab this opportunity to make a clear statement to the community about what's going to happen. I really appreciate the involvement and interest of the councillors at committee, particularly Councillor Doran, here at the right side of the table with me.
Correct side and the right side.
Both sides. There has been a lot of public debate about this lately, and council has sought to put its foot forward and create a really great outcome for the community. Difficult circumstances. We did look at acquiring a site where the cinemas are at Nerang, and that would have been a wonderful opportunity to reinvigorate the centre of Nerang and provide great services and facilities for the whole community and the hinterland community too. Hence the Hinterland Gateway Hub is the name. There was an investigation of the sale of the library. It was an expression of interest process. It was a two-step process. No signs were put up, but some agents did choose to promote it as a sale process incorrectly. And but each of the people that were interested in the site, acquiring the library for their own purposes or to lease back to council, they were all told it's a two-step process. It's subject to council's further investigation and decision. I've been very comfortable with that process. I've worked closely with officers from the city and from Invest. I appreciate everyone's focus here was to try to identify what is the value of the library and can we put that in the pie for the future Gateway Hub. That value is seen to be reasonably strong. One of the proponents suggested that he would want us to vacate the premises immediately. I sought a condition that we would have to have a lease back on the property, that we wouldn't vacate temporarily to another site and then move again to the ultimate position of the hub. So that was accepted by officers, but then at committee, Councillor Doran introduced this motion whereby we are retaining the library at this point in time. So our objective, without money on the table, is to deliver a really great facility for the whole community out at Nerang, and I'm strongly supportive of that. I know councillors are. We just don't have the money on the table, and so there's efforts being made to try to create that, create a condition whereby the developers can provide a decent level of input, and we can try to attract it and gather money ourselves through, for example, ultimate sale of the Nerang Library. So this is very much about the hub site as well as the library site, and the objective is to go to the market to seek expressions of interest about what we're going to do with that big site, which has constraints. There's some flooding constraints, there's some ecological constraints which are strongly recognised in all of the planning work that's been done. No one's ever suggested to me or hinted at the point that we might just do away with some of that and not give proper recognition of those factors, and I appreciate that. I just want to reiterate that publicly. And we've defined a whole series of things that we want delivered back to the community, whether it's replacement of the existing bicentennial features, which are well loved. There's a great stage there in the auditorium. Performers really love it. They distinguish that against all of the other performance places that we've got in the city. So there's those sorts of facilities that we've identified clearly and that have to be in the returnable works package that is provided by the ultimate developer of the site, which we will continue to maintain control of at all times under the model that we're adopting. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Anyone speak against? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, I just wanted to bring this project full circle. Councillor Young has been a long-time advocate for renewal of the Nerang area, and much of what he's just said was formed part of the committee discussion that occurred in mid-2025. Whilst at that time, all of the things that Councillor Young has said today would have been confidential because that report was necessarily confidential. There is nothing in what Councillor Young has just, said in open session that was not part of the conversation that we had in the Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee in around July 2025 as we considered these reports. It's good that we can now talk about these things in open, but in closed session, as we go down the track of defining a project and starting to, engage with the market, and there's elements that are secret, and that is important to protect the ratepayers' interest. It is great to have Councillor Young now be able to be so open and transparent about this project. It will not just be transformative for Nerang, but the hinterland, the southern hinterland that I represent, I know will use this facility on a regular basis. I know we're excited about seeing it come to life, and frankly, it's a project that every councillor can get behind. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Any other items, councillors? Go back to Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations be adopted.
Second to Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. We go to economic tourism, Councillor Castro.
Economy, Tourism and Events Committee, which was held on Thursday 21st of May. Is it that long ago? Yes, it was. Thursday 21st of May 2026, and asked that such minutes be received.
Second, Councillor Doran. Any items you want to deal separately, anyone? Councillor Castro?
It's not going to come up. Wonderful. Okay, in which case, move the report
for adoption.
For adoption, yes. Okay. Thank you.
Second, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. The battery's running out. Water, Waste and Energy, Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 868 Water, Waste and Energy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 26th of May 2026, covered by recommendation 1 to 6, be received.
Second, Councillor Peter Young. Any items you want to deal separately? Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that all recommendations be adopted.
Second, Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Transport Infrastructure, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 868 Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 26th of May 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 7, be received.
Seconder. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items? Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've actually just 6.4. I've got a slight change recommendation that I'd like to put forward.
6.4. I must be looking at the. Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at the wrong one. The blue one. 6.4. We're going to 6.4, councillors.
Happy to second it, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder.
Yep. Yeah.
What's wrong?
Yeah, I'll speak. I'm waiting for it to get on the screen so that all councillors can see it. Essentially, this one is just more or less pulling out the exact what was placed at council committee. However, I've just added some additional words that are pulled from page 198 of the report, which more or less just highlight the direction for which we're going on, and just puts it into, I think, the public realm a little bit better as well. So nothing new per se to see here. I think it just highlights the actual overall report better by this recommendation.
Second, council. Okay. Taylor. All right. Put the motion. Put it to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor, just want to go to 6.1. Just really on that with the surfing there. Basically, Why didn't we do it under delegated authority over to the CEO and just get moving on it? Who's the chair? Councillor Taylor?
Mr Mayor, I think Councillor Marsh would like to move it.
Yeah, I know. I just want asking the question that it says it's got to come back to council, is it? Or the Councillor Martin?
Mr Mayor, if I could add some colour to that. The Surf Infrastructure Master Plan was a guiding document which we were all satisfied with. However, there was some just high-level concepts that weren't being endorsed but may come out of that. And if for them to progress, the committee felt that they should just come back to committee for gate one.
All right, so we'll come back for the last bit and then we can delegate it. Is that right? All right. So who's moving this? Councillor Marshall, seconder Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Marshall, speak on it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be brief, and I just really want to thank the officers and the city, I guess, for progressing this. I think it's easy to look at surfing just as a lifestyle sport, and as a clubby, sometimes we're not the closest surfers and clubbies, but this is a really good progressive thing for the city. We talk about sport infrastructure, building stadiums, building new fields. Well, surfing infrastructure is what we're talking about here. This is the field of play for them. It's an Olympic sport, and it's a sport that doesn't just go to the Olympics. You can do it as a family and as a father of 2 young daughters, which is torture. But it is a sport that you can go to the beach all together as a family and do. We don't, because my daughters wouldn't be seen dead with me. But it is a family sport that has a pathway all the way to the Olympics, and I really, really want to congratulate the city for having the innovation to do this. We're one of the few cities in the world that is choosing to invest in surfing infrastructure and further fields of play. So I just want to.
And we should. Here. Councillor O'Neill.
Just like to say a few words as well, Mr Mayor. With the Surfing Reserve Stewardship Committee that I chair and Councillor Martin is the Deputy Chair, we've actually, spoke about the need for this, for surfing infrastructure at those meetings, and also the overcrowding of surfing and how much surfing has an economic impact on our city. So I'm very, very happy to support this today.
Oh, wonderful. All right, anyone to speak against surfing? All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Any other items separately? Back to Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Consideration notice of motion, Neil. Question on notice, Neil. Presentation, Councillor Taylor. Petition, I meant.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that a petition calling from the Council of the City of Gold Coast to formally recognise Cascade Gardens as Memorial Park by renaming the site to Cascade Memorial Gardens, develop a concept plan for the site, including facility to accommodate and support veteran groups. Be received and referred to committee.
Seconder, Councillor Marshall. All right. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that the petition calling for the City of Gold Coast to amend its room hiring price structure to ensure that community groups providing low-cost or no-cost services to vulnerable community members can access community centre facilities at genuinely affordable rates so that the people these centres were designed to serve are never priced out of using them. I'd move that this be referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition calling for the City of Gold Coast to improve safety and antisocial behaviour activity near FRASCOTT Park and CAPITEN Court be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Go to Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that the petition calling for traffic engineering investigations on Bull Road, Pimpama, due to unsafe parking conditions opposite residential driveways servicing a high pedestrian public facility be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Item 15, general business, nil. Item 16, other business. 16.1, Queensland Audit Office interim report. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the Auditor General has issued their first interim report, which provides an update on the audit activity for 25-26. A second interim report will be issued at the end of the financial year, and a final report will be issued on the 25th of September. The City overall welcomes the audit from the QAO, and it provides continuing assurance on our governance practices. I think importantly, though, the City continues to mature in its governance across the organisation, and this is a generally favourable interim report. No new issues have been raised, which is incredibly impressive when you consider the size of our budget and the size of our operations. And additionally impressive, 33 of the 34 outstanding deficiencies and observations have been resolved, and I'm informed by City officers that the remaining issue is currently under active work with the Queensland Audit Office, and we're hoping to have it done by the next report.
Councillor Gates.
Just a query on the CEO's receipt of this report. Is this a report to the administration or a report to council?
It's a report to the Mayor.
It's a report to me. And I'm bringing it to you.
It's just unusual that the CEO would present it rather than...
Than me? He speaks better than I do.
Thank you, but I don't agree.
You don't. Whack.
English is my second language, you know that.
It's probably my third.
All right. Councillors, question, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's just one item in the report that I wanted to query of officers. It says in there that council currently has a high volume of inactive guest and cloud native accounts, and that's one of the outstanding risks that have been continuing. I was wondering whether there's going to be a timeline for some action of that, given the cyber risk that could entail.
Yep. So I'll just make a general comment and then answer it. So in organisations where you have 6,500 staff and a 10% turnover, you do tend to get high numbers. I don't think there's been an organisation I've been in where I've either run IT or I've been responsible for IT where that's not the case. I know the team, Susan's team, are working on it, and it's really about how we deal with terminations and staff leaving. There's always a lag, I should say, and yes, we can do better and we will do better.
Okay. Councillor, I move that the council notes the Queensland Audit Office Interim Report 2025-26, dated 15th of April 2026. Seconder, Councillor Patterson. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, a motion carried. Next item, Gold Coast Australian of the Year. Do we got to go to close? Councillors, we got to go to close. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Reason is what reason do you use? That's on screen. On the screen?
Yes, we are required to. Under an agreement.
Yeah, on the screen. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. let the gallery in. Councillors, I move recommendation that you see on the screen. Second to Councillor Hamill. Put it on the screen, please, the recommendation. Have I got wrong glasses on? It's coming, all right. Second to Councillor Hamill. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. Yeah, permission granted. All right. 16.3. I think this is the last item, Mr. CEO. All right. So, councillors, I want the terrible conflict of interest of myself there, right? I want to bring it to you. If you can, when you get a chance, can you throw it on there? I'll start reading it. I have personal relationship with Mr. Ron Evans at Managing Director of Canford Estate Agent. I have used Mr. Evans, Canford Estate Agents services in real estate matters and have paid overpriced. No, paid commercial rates for services provided by Canford Estate Agent. So, having considered my obligation under the Act, I am of the view that it is in the public interest for me to participate in the discussion and decision on this matter. I note the following. I have no direct or indirect financial interest in the proposed transaction. My connection to the sales agent does not give rise to any benefit, perceived or otherwise, in relation to the outcome of this decision. My involvement in this matter is limited to my role as mayor and decision maker in the best interest of the city, and I bring significant experience in assessing strategic property acquisitions, including an understanding of market conditions, valuation considerations, and long-term planning outcome for the city. Given the strategic importance of property acquisitions to the city's long-term planning and financial sustainability, I consider that my participation will assist Council to make a well-informed decision in the public interest. Accordingly, I am seeking to remain in the meeting, participate in the discussion and vote on the matter. Over to you, councillors. Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate and accept each of your dot points as mentioned there. I just want to ask about your relationship with Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Would you consider it to be a personal friendship at all?
Yes, I would.
Thank you for being clear. Do you think from that then there might arise in the public perception a concern
public
about...
perception, I don't know about the public perception. All I can say to you is I wouldn't cut him any slack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Doran.
Mr. Mayor, just we've had this matter pop up before with this person, and it's my recollection that you may have left the room at a matter pertaining to this person once before, and I just wanted to ask you to reflect on whether or not those circumstances have any overlap here. I can't name the matter because it was on grey paper.
Yeah, I don't recall if it's a property that was. I think it was more property related that I left the room. All right.
I mean, I suppose I.
Yeah. Go on.
It was a matter relating to the formulation of our controlled entities.
I see. All right.
Make sure.
No, could you say it? Yeah.
I just would remind councillors that, because the recommendations are there, that there isn't a recommendation today for a final outcome in this matter. It's only a decision to proceed to the next step. I think that's as best as I can say, given we're on the grey.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, I am aware of which previous matter Councillor Doran is referring to, and can confirm that in that matter, in regards to Mr Evans, you chose to leave the room voluntarily because of his involvement as an agent involved with the land sale. So that is accurate recollection from my memory as well.
I see. Okay. All right. I'll in that case, to keep it consistent, I'll elect to voluntarily leave the room. Councillor Hamill, if you can take the chair. All right, mate. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a moment, councillors. Councillors, we are at item 16.3. The Mayor has voluntarily decided to leave the room. This matter needs to be dealt with in closed, so we'd seek a mover to take us to closed. Councillor Gates, seconded Councillor Tozer. All those in favour? Motion carried, and we'll take us in. Live streaming is back on, councillors. We are at item 16.3. I believe there is a change recommendation that Councillor Gates is happy to move, and we'll just let that get up on the screen. Councillor Taylor, you're happy to second that. Councillor Gates, for the record, you wish to open?
Thanks, Mr. Acting Mayor.
No, just Chair. That would have been a slip up and a half, yes.
Chair. I just want to say that we have just all had a big chat about the potential of strategic acquisition, but it is the feeling of council, which I think will be made clear when the vote is taken, that we should hold firm just at this point in time. We have had a lot of media attention over recent weeks about our potential rate rises and how we might handle our cash position. And I think at this point in time, we've decided to hold firm for the community, focus on what's ahead of us, and leave this opportunity just at this time.
Speaker against the motion, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I think this is a missed opportunity. The reality is that whilst the title of this item is a strategic property acquisition, it was actually much more about trying to find an alternative delivery mechanism for a community facility than property acquisition, even though property acquisition was proposed to be part of it. And I'm disappointed that the council appears to be moving in a direction not to explore a further report to assess the financial implications that could have been realised for the ratepayer had we proceeded. I think the officers had done some reasonable preliminary work to put it in the report that we did have, the confidential report we did have in, and frankly, a great deal more information would have helped us make a much more informed decision about this, even if we were to choose not to proceed. I'm disappointed that it appears this motion will be successful, and frankly, I think we should reverse the decision. I would foreshadow the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Tozer has foreshadowed the officer recommendation. A speaker for the recommendation, Councillor Young.
I'll just make a comment, if you don't mind. Thanks, Acting Chair. Thank you for facilitating that debate.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Young. I appreciate it.
I think it was.
I think every councillor provided some input on more than one occasion, and that's always a good sign when we get that level of involvement. So I'll just check, is there a speaker for the motion? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. And look, this is an opportunity for the city, and I think what I've said to a lot of people over a long period of time is the city's in a really good position because we do have so many opportunities that's come into this city, and we're in a very good position. And some of the times we're managing which ball we're going to catch and not catch, and sometimes you just have to settle down and pause and get on with what we're doing, and sometimes we have to make a decision where we pause, and I think this is the time to do it in this particular situation. Doesn't mean there's an opportunity down the track that these opportunities come along, and I think today's recommendation just gives us a chance to pause, reset, and continue doing the good work the city's doing.
Speaker against the motion, Councillor Gates, you wish to close? Debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Division is called.
Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Marshall.
Against?
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer. Oh, and Councillor Barton. And Councillor Doran. Thank you.
You threw my count off then, so I can get confirmation of the count, please. 9. Just, okay. So, councillors, just if you can give a minute. So I'm going to call that again because I don't have clarity. So division is called. Those in favour of the motion?
Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Marshall.
Against?
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Doran, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Martin.
7-6. Nothing. Councillor Doran did nothing wrong, he says. Councillors, the recommendation has been supported by a majority. There is no other items to be dealt with today, so we'll close the meeting at 14:47.